this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 144 of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts of the House of Commons.
Hybrid format pursuant to the standing orders. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. Before we begin, I'd like to ask all in-person participants to read the guidelines written on the updated cards on the table. These measures are in place to help prevent audio and feedback incidents and to protect the health and safety of all participants, including but especially the interpreters. A kind reminder to all those in person and online that for the safety of our interpreters, that it is very important that your microphone is muted when you are not speaking. Merci à tous pour votre coopération.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Comment should be addressed to the chair. Conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3G, the committee is resuming consideration of Report 6, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, of the 2024 reports 5 to 7 of the Auditor General of Canada.
welcome our witness who's joining us remotely, Navdeep Bains. And I understand you have an opening remark, which is, of course, welcome, and you're right, and you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello.
My name is Navdeep Bains, and from November of 2015 to January 12th of 2021, I served as Canada's Minister of Innovation, Science, and Industry. Having once appeared at the Standing Committee on Industry, I'm here to answer any questions regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada and my role when I was Minister. Again, Sustainable Development Technology Canada is an arm's-length organization established by an Act of Parliament, and as Minister, my only role, as outlined by the Act, was to make appointments to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Board. The appointments that I made when I was Minister were recommended to me through a fair, open, and transparent process brought forward in 2016 to allow more opportunities for all Canadians to serve their country. Through that process, all positions are posted publicly on the GIC appointments website. Applications are simple and made online, and postings are posted until an appointment is made. The goal was to bring a consistent process to appointments. After receiving applications for an appointment, a selection panel was led by the Privy Council Office with supports from across government. These panels conducted interviews with the candidates and presented ministers with short lists of candidates. Positions were kept open until a successful candidate was recommended. Accordingly, it would also not be uncommon for multiple groups of candidates to be recommended. I recommended over 100 applicants in this open, transparent, merit-based process from when I was first appointed minister in November 2015 until I left cabinet on January the 12th, 2021. With respect to the relationship between myself and Sustainable Development Technology Canada, as I have previously testified, Sustainable Development Technology Canada is an arm's-length organization. My role as Minister of Innovation, Science, and Industry was to recommend 7 of the 15 board members, including the chair. While funding for Sustainable Development Technology Canada flowed through the department, we were not responsible for the management and governance of the staff or board. I believe in the clean tech sector and the benefits it has brought to Canada. I am proud of the incredible people and companies that have made this sector in Canada a global leader. Once again, I am here to answer your questions. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We'll begin now our first round. It's 4 members who each have 6 minutes each. Mr. Perkins, you have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, former Liberal Minister Baines. Former Liberal Minister Baines, as a Minister of the Crown, you're responsible to Parliament for all parliamentary appropriations under your department, are you not, in addition to appointments?
When all ministers set budgets, they need to be approved by Parliament. That is correct.
Right, you're accountable for that. So you're accountable for every dollar that's spent that that was allocated. I'm going to ask you, first of all, about your appointment of the chair, Annette Verschuren, who at this committee said 3 times that she didn't apply, that you phoned her twice to ask her to serve. And then,
point of order, Mr. Chair.
She applied after that.
Sorry,
It's
sorry,
not
Mr.
a point
Perkins.
of debate, Mr.
Hold
Durant.
on. I do have a point of order. I do have to hear
Okay, we'll start all over again then.
the point of order. Yes, Mr. Duane.
The particular person he's talking
That's
about has
debate.
corrected the record,
she
in
hasn't.
writing. Thank you so much.
No, she hasn't.
Well,
No, she hasn't.
okay.
No, she hasn't. If you will listen,
Okay,
you will get the
gentlemen,
answer. So I'll start
stop.
all
This is
over again.
clearly a point of debate.
No, it isn't.
It's. I'll just remind the government members that I don't.
You're a government member.
I don't like needless point of orders on either side. So my point, though, is not to highlight that it's a government member issue. It's not. It happens occasionally on both sides when debate gets heated. But you always have the immediately right of reply after Mr. Perkins. It is you, in fact, Mr. Drouin. And I hope that if you extend, in your side, courtesy on the official opposition, they will do the same. And if they do not do so, I will censure them as well. I am going to back up the clock for Mr. Perkins. You can restart your question, Mr. Perkins, not the time, just your question. So I'm backing up the clock, not from the top, but you can start your question from the top.
He interrupted me before I even got my question
Mr.
in.
Perkins,
I would
I
argue
said
that
I'm
it's
backing
from
up the
top.
clock. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baines, you phoned, according to Annette Verschuren, you phoned her twice to ask her to serve. Is that correct? Because that's what she said at the committee.
As I have stated in my previous
I don't want a
testimony
dissertation on the
Hindu,
appointment process. It's a simple yes or no. You phoned her twice, yes or no?
as I stated in my previous testimony at industry committee, I reached out to a number of people during my tenure as a minister and asked them to participate in
her-
this
Point of
open,
order.
You called her
transparent,
twice.
Point of
merit-based.
order, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Perkins, I have a point of order. I've stopped the clock. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I believe that Ms. Verschuren, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce her name, did
Again, this is
correct her
this.
testimony.
Okay, I just
Not a
ruled
point
on this.
of
This
order.
is not
It
a
doesn't
point of
make
order.
sense.
We will
Stop.
start
It
from
does
the
not
Stop.
make sense.
Okay,
It does not make
all right.
sense for
This
us
is
to
a-
continue
start
I
from the top.
to
endeavored
harass
at
a witness
Miss
on this.
Miss
The
Miss
evidence is
Khalid.
there, so I'm just not sure why. It just.
She applied after the
Does
All
phone
right,
not
call.
make
Mr.
sense
Perkins,
at
Mr.
all,
Mr.
so
Not
let's
Perkins.
not.
and you'll
Let's
learn
not go down
something
that
for a
road.
change.
Mr.
Why don't you want to
Perkins.
learn anything?
Mr. Perkins,
Or is it
I will.
just part of the cover-up coalition?
Mr. Perkins, Mr. Perkins, I remind
I take
before
personal
before I
exception
remind
to
You
what
should.
Mr.
I
Perkins
take
just
exception to
said,
your cover-up.
Chair.
we are going to suspend for a
Absolutely.
minute. I'll bring the meeting back into order, and if I could have everyone's attention, including the official opposition. First, I'm just going to highlight the safety aspect. When everyone is talking at once, it is putting the interpreters in a very, very difficult position. We've made many changes here to ensure that their health is protected. I also want to highlight that Mr. Baines is here for about an hour because of a conflict, which I understand and appreciate him being here. He's agreed to come back. If we continue to go down this rabbit hole and debates that are happening while it's a member's turn to speak, which those items be brought up by an opposing side at a later round, we're not going to get anywhere, and we'll be back. Now, further, I'd committed not to sit next week, but if this devolves the way it is going to devolve, I might reconsider that. Well, Mr. Drouin, you be careful saying that, because we sit a lot in recess weeks, a lot, and your colleagues, I don't think your colleagues will not appreciate you cheerleading me on calling meetings. No, Mr. Drouin, I can assure you they won't. Anyway, if we can proceed civilly, can I say as well that Mr. Baines is an experienced parliamentarian, and I'm sure he's going to be able to provide answers to committee members on both sides. So I hope we can get through this without this devolving into a shouting match again. And I'm going to close lastly on just, again, please respect the interpreter. So, Mr. Perkins, you have about just over 4 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours again. Please begin.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
I have 6 minutes left.
Oh, pardon me. You have 5 minutes on the clock. Pardon me.
I have 6 minutes on the
no,
clock. They haven't allowed me to get a single question.
Mr. Perkins, first of all, you asked a couple of questions about Mr. Baines' role as a minister, what he's responsible for, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not cutting you short. I just want you to know that you've got just over 5 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours, please, Mr. Perkins. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baines, when I ask a yes or no question, I appreciate a yes or no, not a rag the puck. Yes or no, you called Annette Fisherian 2 times as she testified here in committee.
As I had mentioned in my previous testimony, I was responsible for over 100 governor council
Please
recommendations.
answer the question, or I'm going to
so
interrupt
I don't
you
recall
constantly.
specific
Answer the question. Did you phone her twice? That was her testimony. Is she telling the truth?
As I said, I don't recall any such conversations taking place.
She testified here that 3 times that she was asked by you. Who told you to ask her?
As I've said, in 2016, a new appointments process was introduced. It was open to all Canadians, and it's not uncommon for me as a minister.
I don't need a recitation of your opening statement again, Sergeant Schultz, saying I know nothing. Look, I'll go on to the next question. In 2016, you appointed
Mr. Perkins,
I
do have a point of order. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor.
Maybe it's a point of clarification. I believe that the witness here today is Mr. Baines. I'm not sure who Sergeant Schultz or whoever this member is referring to. Absolutely disrespectful.
Agreed, Mr. Perkins. If you could refer to Mr. Baines as the witness or Mr. Baines, it would be appreciated to maintain decorum in the committee. Thank you.
Former Liberal Minister Baines, in charge of the Liberal Green Slush Fund, you appointed Andre Lise-Matoux in 2016 under your new and clean process, correct?
As I indicated in my opening remarks, my responsibility as a minister is to appoint 7 out of the 15 board members.
And you appointed her. And while she was on the board and while you were minister, $114 million of Green Slush Fund money was voted to her companies. And you had an assistant deputy minister in every single meeting. Do you expect Canadians to believe that you knew nothing?
Sustainable Development Technology Canada is an arm's-length organization. The management oversees the day-to-day operations, and there's a board that oversees management.
It's true.
And again,
They also
as I
have
said in my
the Cycle Capital, Andre Lise-Mateau's company, also had a lobbyist for 10 years. His name was Stephen Guilbeault. It still is Stephen Guilbeault. He lobbied for 10 years. $100 million during those 10 years went to Cycle Capital. He met 25 times with your office and you in the year before he was nominated. Do you remember any of those meetings?
during my tenure as a minister, I met with a number of stakeholders from the clean tech sector. I don't recall any specific meetings with the individuals you have mentioned.
You don't remember meeting with the now radical Liberal Environment Minister who was a nominated
order,
Liberal
Mr. Sharp.
candidate? So I will ask you once again.
Mr. Perkins, one second.
I'm not sure
Yes,
why
Ms. Lee.
there's name calling going on within our
So-
our committee here.
He's proud of being a radical.
Please. This one I will allow. These are statements we hear in the floor.
Which you guys have established. You guys keep repeating those statements.
Miss-
So I'm not sure
Well, Miss-
why you think that it is okay
Mr.
for
Miss-
us in committee
When you get
to be the chair of the
to
committee, you
repeat
can rule
those
on
Miss
the
and
line.
Khalid.
call them to be credible because they are not credible.
I didn't weigh in on whether they're.
just did,
I
Chair.
said
You
I
just
said
did.
they're echoing what we hear in the House of Commons, which is permitted. Ergo,
I would
they're
appreciate
permitted here.
if the member redacts those comments.
Well, Ms. Khalid, that's not your call, Mr. Perkins.
asking you to do it, Chair.
Pardon me.
I'm asking you
Oh.
to ask the
No,
member
I-
to redact those comments because they are absolutely
No,
unreasonable.
Miss Khalid,
and
Miss
impolite
Khalid, I have
and
ruled
against
that
our
they are.
democratic institutions.
Ms. Khalid, I have ruled that they are in order. Mr. Perkins has the floor. You have the floor, sir.
So you don't remember meeting with radical Liberal Stephen Guilbeault. Do you remember meeting with a fellow named Gerald Butts in those meetings who was working in the PMO? Since he's listed as meeting with you on this at the same time?
As you know, when I was made minister in 2015, Mr. Butts, the individual you mentioned, worked for the Prime Minister's office.
Did he, those meetings were about funding of Cycle Capital Fund 4. That's what's listed in the public thing, and he met with you. And then EDC, after those meetings, invested in Cycle Capital Fund 4. So that happened fairly quickly. Do you remember having those discussions about having Gerald Butts and the now radical Environment Minister lobbying you to get funds for Cycle Capital, whose founder was on the board that you appointed, from EDC?
As I said before, Sustainable Development Technology Canada is an arm's length organization. And as you mentioned at the beginning, budgets are approved through the parliamentary budget process.
So on October 19th, only 14 days after some of those meetings, EDC announced $145 million for that. So you don't recall any of that, just like you didn't recall anything when you were at Industry Committee. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question, please?
No, I won't repeat it again. You approved, one of the last things you did as minister was approve, after all of this corruption, you took forward another $750 million for the Green Slush Fund, which was announced a month before you left the job to go work at CIBC and now at the most expensive cell phone company in the world, Rogers. So can you tell me,
Point of order,
with
Mr.
all
Speaker.
that corruption
Point of
going
order,
on,
Mr.
why did you
Speaker.
seek
Just
$750 million
Perkins,
of
I
more
have a
taxpayer
point of
money?
order.
Relevancy, the member
Oh,
who is
come on.
before us is not about here to answer about his future life, but here to answer about SDTC.
Well, if you get the
So-
wax out of your ears, you hear that I asked about
okay,
the
okay,
$750 million approved by Cabinet that he took for
On
the
the
Green
same
Slush
point of
Fund.
order,
Mr.
Chair?
Perkins, your actions are just encouraging them to be belligerent to the chair as you're being belligerent to the chair. I would ask you to cease and desist when a point of order is called. Mr. Drouin, the same goes for you, Mr. Drouin. I allow members on both sides latitude to probe. There is no question of relevance here. Mr. Perkins, Mr. Perkins was, Mr. Perkins is, just let me finish. Mr. Perkins is, as all members are entitled to ask the questions in the manner they please, but his question is clearly from what I can see, going in the direction of the topic we're studying. Ms. Khalid, do you have a point of order?
Yeah, on the same point of order that was raised by Monsieur Drouin, I don't see how the wax in his ears has anything to do with the questions that are being asked today.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, you have, I'll back the clock up. You have the question again. Go ahead.
So I'll make it simple for you, Mr. Bain, since that seems to be the only way to try and get an answer. After $114 million went to Andre Lise-Matteau's companies, you went to Cabinet seeking another $750 million for the Green Slush Fund when 25% of the money was going to Cycle Capital, which Stephen Guilbeault owned shares on, was a lobbyist for. Why did you go to Cabinet for another $750 million for such a corrupt organization?
As been discussed before, Sustainable Development Technology Canada is an arm's-length organization. The management oversees the day-to-day operations. There's an independent board that oversees them, and the budget process is debated in the House of Commons and approved by the House, and these monies are allocated to promote and support the clean tech sector.
Chair, I think this witness is in contempt of this committee since he refuses to answer a question and keeps repeating his either written PMO speaking points Chair? Or not. That's all he's doing.
Well, I think we're just
Point of order,
starting,
Chair?
and as skilled parliamentarians, you'll have repeated opportunities to get to Mr. Bain's answered. Yes, Ms. Khalid.
Chair, I doubt that the member opposite has the qualifications to make those allegations. I believe that it is up to you to decide whether somebody's in contempt or not, and I personally don't think that anybody has been in contempt so far.
Very much. Mr. Perkins, could you ask your question again, and then we will get an answer and move on.
Very simple. Why did you seek $750 million more for this organization that was funneling money to your Liberal appointments when you knew it was a corrupt organization, and you went forward to give them more money from the taxpayer to further feather bed your political appointees and the Prime Minister's political appointees? Are you really that corrupt?
Budgets are approved by Parliament, and as I said, this is an independent organization that oversees the disbursement of these funds.
Thank you very much. Next up, for Mr. Drouin, for 6 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I have to say, I'm still questioning as to the reason why Mr. Bains is before our committee, as Mr. Perkins and both Mr. Cooper got to ask him questions in June, and I'm wondering their competency in auditing, whether or not they are competent to actually ask questions. Because obviously when you get the time to ask questions, you would think that, you'd get to the bottom of this. But obviously this is not about getting to the bottom of this, and we've seen it. I've only been here for about 5 meetings, and we're still in the spirit of asking who briefed you, who briefed the witness, and who appointed you to the board. And I find it funny because Mr. Perkins was appointed by a Conservative to a board, and he was appointed in 2008, but in the press release, I don't see that he previously worked for a Conservative government, but we know he did that. And now he has the audacity to ask who appointed who to a certain board, and the funny thing, I find it, I can't, Mr. Chair, I can't find,
Point of order?
I can't stop laughing. Because it's
Point of
actually
order?
funny because it's hypocritical.
I have a point of order, Mr. Drouin. Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Point of order, relevance. We're not here to talk about the BDC appointments.
yes.
We're here to talk about the Liberal Green Slush Fund. And I know that's a confusing thing
Thank
for
you.
MP Jurin.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. And again, well, I think Mr. Drouin is having he's a bit off topic. Mr.
You
Drouin
guys
heard my
$400 million.
Okay, Mr. Perkins, we will be back to official opposition members soon. Mr. Drouin, you have the floor again, please.
He actually provides me a great segue. Is it Mrs. Versturen, who they want to make the Canadians believe that she's a Liberal, but like Mr. Perkins, donated the same exact amount, $1,600, to a Conservative leader potential candidate. and the last Tory
BC.
candidate. Same
did
amount of
John
money.
Charest.
The same amount of money. And Mr. Perkins,
Neither
I
did
can't
John
stop
Charest.
the hypocrisy.
Good for the goose.
L'hypocrisie, l'autre côté.
The hypocrisy on the other side is incredible. So, you'll allow me.
Appointment
Mr. Perkins.
The appointment of Ms. Verschuren.
Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins. You can just whoa les moteurs a little bit.
Slow down a bit.
You have the floor again.
Well, it's all public records. And I wonder if they were holding hands when they donated together. But again, I've warned this at the last committee. I'm not interested in going into a wild goose chase. And right now, we are entertaining a wild goose chase. They're trying really hard. They're trying really, really hard to make a connection between a minister and some low-level bureaucrat who committed errors. And we're not saying on this side that they haven't committed errors. We agree. But the idea that the minister was connected to that is baloney. And it's just baloney. Well, Mr. Brock, if you were in the courtroom, you would have been fired and disbarred from the Law Society of Ontario, Mr. Brock.
Gentlemen, we're doing ourselves no favors here. I would ask that we respect Mr. Drouin's time. You have the floor again.
So, Mr. Chair, my point is, I've read the transcript from Mr. Bain's appearance at the Indu Committee, and to this day, I have not learned, in the last 6 minutes, have not learned anything new from Mr. Perkins' questioning, other than the fact that they will interrupt Mr. Baines. They will ask them a yes or no questions, knowing full well that he does not know the answer because SDTC is arm's length. And it's always been arm's length. The idea that the minister has direct control over the decisions and the financial decisions of SDTC is out of
ADM in every meeting.
out of touch.
Do your homework. You've only been here
Et
5
Monsieur le
minutes.
Président, avec tout,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Perkins maybe has a right. Maybe his experience at BDC.
Mr. Drouin, I'm just going to try to bring order here. Ms. Khalid, if you have a point of order, I appreciate everyone to say point of order. Otherwise, I just think you're participating in the fun fight that's going across.
Point of
Is it
order,
a point of
then,
order? Yes,
Chair?
please.
I would appreciate if colleagues can not holler and yell and shriek across the way. My colleague is sitting right
Very
beside
good.
me, and I can't even
Yes.
hear him based on all of the shrieking that is happening
Thank you.
from those
Thank
folks
you, Ms.
over
Khalid.
there.
I too would appreciate that. And again, unfortunately, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I would ask that all sides refrain from speaking when an individual has the floor. And Mr. Drouin has the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I can tell I'm ruffling some feathers if we want to talk about goose and ganders and whatnot. But again, perhaps Mr. Perkins has some other idea of how boards work, and perhaps he was breathed down the neck when he was appointed at the BDC, and perhaps ministers' offices were breathing down his necks to make decisions, but that's not how we operate. We change the process. We change the way people are appointed to this to different boards, and it's actually on websites. So the idea that this was some secret liberal board appointees that somehow benefited our friends and blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm still waiting for my friends to say, thank you so much, Frank, for having benefited to my personal wealth. I have none. So I'll go back again to the rationale as to why Mr. Baines is here is because there was some No. There was some issues with the fact of a testimony, which that testimony, the witness later corrected, and it's on the record. She later corrected. I mean, the idea that somebody would somehow accepted an appointment without having applied is ridiculous. Name me any employer who would say, I named this person my employee without having applied. Hey, les gars, là, vous faites pas de sens.
Guys, it doesn't make any sense. You make 0 sense. And you're here, and once again, people applied. These people, Mr. Perkins and Mr. Cooper, had the opportunity to interview and ask questions to Mr. Baines already. And the fact that he's here once again at another committee with the same people makes no sense. Zero sense. I have no question for Mr. Baines. I understand very well. I saw the transcript of the last meeting in June. It didn't take 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months for these people to accuse even before he answered.
You're going to go through a certain issue. You're going to be asked a yes or no answer. You're going to be accused. They're going to opine on certain facts that they will not allow you to answer because they will interrupt you, and that's the way it's gone at Indu Committee.
Answer.
And unfortunately,
He's
it's the
hiding
way
his
it's
correct
going to
friend.
go at this committee, and I apologize for this, but we know you had nothing to do with this. There were certain people that had something to do with it, but it was never connected to a minister's office. It was never, and I know you guys are trying hard.
He directed
Really,
to manage the
really, I know, Mr. Perkins, maybe it worked at
Okay.
that time when you were at the BDC,
Thank you,
but it certainly
Mr.
does not work
Mr.
at
Durain,
this
that
committee
is-
and with the way
that-
we appointed people.
That
You ignored
is
testimony.
that, Mr. Perkins, Mr.
You
Durain,
ignored the
that,
testimony.
Mr. Perkins, we will be back to your side. That is the time. Maintenant, c'est Madame Séclair.
Now, Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés for 6 minutes, please. I'd like to take the first seconds of my time to ask colleagues to please take a deep breath because we have work to do, and I invite my colleagues from the government side to give me their time if they have no questions for Mr. Baines. I have a number of them. So, Mr. Baines, what is your relationship with Amber Batul?
Merci.
Thank you very much for your question.
I worked with Ms. Batul when I was at CIBC.
Vous ne connaissiez pas
You didn't know Ms. Batul when she was chief of staff of SDTC?
Désolé.
I'm sorry.
Please, sorry, I didn't hear.
Vous ne connaissiez pas Madame
You didn't know Ms. Batul when she worked at SDTC?
I think I met her maybe once or twice at an event.
Donc Madame Batul
So Ms. Batul was the chief of staff of SDTC, and you hadn't spoken to her more than once or twice at the time. Yet Ms. Batul followed you to CIBC. She obtained a position just after you at CIBC. Point of order, Mr. Chair. Once again, they're suspecting that this was a decision made at CIBC. This has nothing to do with SDTC. Can we stick to SDTC? Mr. Drouin, we let you talk about anything when it was your turn. We heard about Mr. Perkins and I don't know what else, but so now Mr. Baines knows very well how to speak. He can answer the questions asked by Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés that she's asking very respectfully.
Madame Séclair.
So, Madame Sinclair Desgagnés, you have the floor. I think some people are afraid of the answers Mr. Baines could give. So, I'll start again. Ms. Batul followed you to CIBC. Once again, Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a point of order. This has no relation to the decision. If Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés suspects that Mr. Baines made the decision to hire this woman, she needs evidence.
You're on beyond less than thin ice because we just listened to you. The chair allowed you to go on for 6 minutes about yes, and I stopped the clock every time that happened to give you your time. But now for you to jump in and say that another member who's trying to ask questions to the witness can't be allowed to do so. I'm not sure who you think you are.
I don't, Mr. Chair. I think about relevancy of this. Like, why are we here? We are here to study SDTC, not CIBC, not Rogers, not anything else. SDTC.
And the members' questions are
Point of
going
order, Chair.
exactly in that direction. Yes, Ms. Kelly.
Point of order, Chair. I take exception to you questioning who Mr. Drouin thinks he is. He is a member of Parliament with the exact same privileges that we all have in this committee, and I don't think exactly. We have the privileges that we have within this committee, and I don't think that is something that you should be calling out.
That is correct, and Mr. Drouin was given an opportunity to speak. Now, Madame Sinclair Desgagnés, it's not up to Mr. Drouin to suddenly decide that what another member is asking is relevant or not.
Why do we have point of orders, Mr. Chair?
Well, again, I ruled on it, and now I'm moving on. Mr. Perkins, you had a point of order as well.
My point of order is about Mr. Duran. From the moment I asked my first question within the first minute, he was interrupting. He chose as a tactic to try and disrupt every single sentence I said. Now he's doing it to the block member. It's a specific tactic to disrupt the committee. And because of his disruptive behavior, I would ask you consider that you not allow him to speak or remove him from the committee.
I would ask the same favor for Mr. Perkins who interrupted me.
Gentlemen, let's try to proceed with this. I would ask that Madame Sinclair Desgagnés be allowed to continue her questioning.
J'ai été interrompu plusieurs fois.
I was interrupted a number of times. So you can ask your question again. And once you've concluded,
Commencer
I'll begin at 5 minutes.
à 5 minutes. Just attends, j'ai encore une point d'ordre.
Wait, there's another point of order.
Chair, I think it's only fair that Madame Sinclair Desgagnés gets her full 6 minutes at this point.
Well, Ms. Khalid is certainly going to, Madame Sinclair va certainement
Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés will certainly have her 6 minutes, so you can ask your question again.
But the interruption is happening because of the numerous points of order, which are, as I said, a little thin about relevance, when I'm going to allow members, and always have, a lot of latitude. Vas-y, Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Je remercie
I'd like to thank my colleague opposite, and especially Mr. Drouin, for his mansplaining on the topic of study. Let's continue. Ms. Batul followed you to CIBC, and I received as information that you had a number of meetings with her while she was Chief of Staff at SDTC. You say it's not the case, that you maybe met her once or twice, but that's contrary to the information I've received.
confirmer avec vous.
I'd like to confirm with you.
As I've said before, I may have met her a few times. I don't recall a specific number of times. Again, SDTC is an arm's length organization where the management oversees the day-to-day operation.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. When you say a number of times, is this once or twice, or is it more like 10 or 15? To give an idea.
Again, I can't put a specific number on it. It was over 6 years ago. I dealt with a number of people during my tenure as a minister. And so as a minister,
D'accord. Merci.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Have you participated?
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Baines. Did you participate in her hiring at CIBC?
again,
vous ne
I'm
la
here to
connaissez pas.
talk about
If you didn't know her.
Development Technology Canada and any questions you have pertaining to that.
Mes questions, c'est mon temps.
My questions, it's my time. I can ask you questions about the fact that you may have been a part of the hiring process for Ms. Batul. And if you didn't know her or hardly knew her, why did you participate? Did you push for her hiring at CIBC?
Vous allez voir où je vais en venir.
You'll see where I'm going. It has a relation with SDTC, so please answer.
Yeah, as I said, I'm more than pleased to answer any questions pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada.
Monsieur le Président, j'arrive.
Mr. Chair, I'm getting to SDTC. I'm asking questions that are related to SDTC.
S'il vous plaît,
Please ask your question again.
Donc pour la
So for the third time, I ask if you participated in the hiring process, the recruitment process for Ms. Batul at CIBC following your meetings with her as Chief of Staff of SDTC.
So as I've mentioned, I met with Ms. Batul when I was a minister. I don't recall the number of times specifically. And as I've also highlighted, Sustainable Development Technology Canada.
Merci. Donc,
Thank you.
donc vous pouvez pas.
So you can't say that the fact that you met her beforehand when she was Chief of Staff at SDTC influenced your decision to bring her to CIBC afterward. You deny that it was related. Your work with her, your meetings with her when she was at SDTC have nothing to do with the fact that she went and worked with you at CIBC.
As I've mentioned before, the management oversees the day-to-day operations at Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which is an arm's length organization.
Merci,
And my
mais
sole
Thank you, but you're not answering the question. It's a pretty simple question. Did your meetings with Ms. Batul when she was Chief of Staff at SDTC have an impact on your recruitment of Ms. Batul at CIBC? This is a question you can answer with yes or no, please, Mr. Baines.
It's an arm's length organization that oversees SDTC, and my responsibility as a minister was to appoint 7 of the 15 board members.
Je pense que je ne...
I don't think I'll obtain an answer from you on this, so I'll move to the next topic. A question that came up earlier. Who encouraged you to hire or name Ms. Verschuren? Was it someone internal to the department?
With respects to the individual, Ms. Verschuren, as you know, she had an impeccable track record. She was appointed by Stephen Harper
Ouais,
in
j'ai demandé qui.
2006.
I asked who. Who? Was it, for example, Andrew Noseworthy who encouraged you to hire her? Mr. Noseworthy, did he have anything to do with that process?
There was a new process established in 2016 that was open to all Canadians, and
D'accord.
it's an
Point of order,
open.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Killian.
Even though I'm sitting quite far away from my Conservative colleagues, I heard one of them call Mr. Baines a liar, which I think is not only disrespectful but also goes against our standing orders.
On the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Brock.
I'm sitting with my Conservative colleagues. I heard no such thing. But more importantly, I laugh at
You
many
laughed
things.
at it.
I laugh at many things. I didn't laugh at that because I didn't
You
hear
laughed
it.
at it.
Chair, on that same point of order, I'm actually getting quite frustrated. I'm sure other members are getting frustrated at the obvious attempts of this particular witness, a former Minister of the Crown, who is deliberately wasting time, not answering a direct question that's put to him, repeating the same talking lines over and over again.
Thank you.
From the
Miss-
same
okay,
testimony
Mr.
that
Brock,
he gave
I-
at Industry on June the 5th,
I-
2004.
Chair?
I
I'm
presume-
asking the chair to interject and get this witness to answer the question.
Point of order, Chair.
Just one, I've got a couple of them lined up here. Mr. Cooper, I think did you have a point of order you want to make? No, okay, Ms.
I
Ms.
would
Kelly?
appreciate if Mr. Cooper would apologize to Mr. Baines for calling him a liar. We all know that when witnesses come to this committee, they are under obligation to be truthful, and I know for a fact that Mr. Baines, through his, not just his ministry, but also through the work he's done throughout his entire life, he's been a truthful and principled person. And I take personal
okay.
exception.
Thank you.
I take personal exception. I take personal exception not only to members in the Conservatives laughing right now, but also to somebody who is an innocent person being maligned by the Conservatives,
all right.
and this is their go-to, their motto.
Why don't I hear from
of-
Mr. Cooper
of-
now?
Of hearing time and
Answer
time
it.
again. This is absolutely unreasonable, Chair.
Thank you.
Well, on the same point of order, perhaps Mr. Baines can apologize to taxpayers
Okay.
for $400 million.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
That's
Okay,
absolutely-
okay.
Point of order,
ladies,
Mr.
ladies
Chair.
and gentlemen,
186
Retract
conflicts
those
of interest
comments.
that
Okay,
he-
all right.
that happened when he was the minister.
I'm not in a position to.
Standing order 117 says that, you have an authority to maintain order, but anything related to.
My job is to, my job, according to the order, according to so the standing orders lay out my role, which is to attempt to maintain order and hopefully succeed that. In terms of any kind of censure, that needs to be reported to the House if you wish to pursue it. I'm going to go back to Madame Sinclair Desgagnés, s'il vous plaît. Vous avez la parole pour.
You have the floor for about 2 minutes. Dear colleagues, we're trying to do our work, and I think this witness is key to the whole study of SDTC, so I'd like for him to answer the questions that are specific and that there is an end to the interruptions to questions. I'm just trying to do my work here. So, Mr. Noseworthy, did he have anything to do with the selection process of Ms. Verschuren? Yes or no?
There is a panel that was set up as part of this new.
Est-ce que Monsieur
appointment
Noseworthy
Was Mr. Noseworthy on that panel
ou dans la sélection du
or in the selection of the panel?
the Privy Council office and included the relevant departments.
D'accord. Encore une fois,
Okay, once again, was Mr. Noseworthy part of that panel or part of the selection of that panel?
I don't recall the specific members of the panel. I do know that the Privy Council office led the panel.
y a-t-il moyen que vous ayez accès,
Is there a way for you to access that information? If so, can you send it to us, to the committee,
s'il vous plaît?
please?
You're asking about the panel composition?
Oui.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my understanding is the Privy Council office will be speaking
Bon.
on this matter, and I believe they will have the relevant information that you have requested.
Parfait.
Perfect. Because I don't think I'm telling you anything new. Mr. Noseworthy was in a situation of a conflict of interest. He knew Ms. Verschuren. He was friends with her. So even in selecting the board of directors, there could have been favoritism. And as minister responsible, you could have seen all of that and act accordingly. So my question is the following. When you made your announcement with great fanfare, $46 million in January 2020, of the 14 companies that were funded 4 years ago, if you don't remember things 8 years ago, maybe you'll remember things 4 years ago, 5 companies received COVID money without being analyzed on a case-by-case basis. So one was not eligible. So nearly half of the companies that you were proud to fund were not really eligible. What does that mean to you today? Or do you feel absolutely no regret about everything you did as minister responsible for this type of situation?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your question.
Decisions that were made by the management and the board were independent. And as I had mentioned, it's an arm's length organization, and there are clear rules in place to determine how these funds should be dispersed, and those rules needed to be followed.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Suivant, Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Bains, for being present in this important work. As you're likely aware, the work of public accounts is one that looks at Auditor General's reports, an independent office that has found a way to verify specific instances of very serious issues related to public trust and related to the accountability that's needed to Canadians in regards to potential breaches of the Act, to which I hope you can help clarify. The Auditor General's report, page 6, her overall message is that they found, quote, significant lapses in Sustainable Development Technology Canada's governance and stewardship of public funds. It goes on to suggest that the Board of Directors of Sustainable Development Technology Canada did not ensure that the foundation complied with its enabling legislation. Mr. Bains, are you aware of the enabling legislation of SDTC?
Are you referring to the legislation that was passed by the House of Commons?
Yes.
Yeah, that is the act that ultimately determines the role of the minister to appoint members to Sustainable Development Technology Canada.
And who was the minister between the time of 2015 and 2021?
As I stated in my opening remarks, in 2015 November, I took on the role at ISED, and I left on January the 12th of 2021.
Much for that, Mr. Baines. So you would agree that you were the minister responsible at the time for compliance of the Act during that period of time?
As I indicated in my opening remarks, the role of the minister is to appoint 7 of the 15 board members to this organization, which is independent and it is arm's length.
And just so that people are aware, did you in fact appoint those members? Did you appoint the satisfactory amount required by the board?
I believe there were a number of appointments that were made during my tenure.
Did you or were you aware that the board had supported reducing that number to 2?
Could you repeat that in terms of the board did?
Of course. No, I'm happy to
Could you
repeat,
further
Mr.
elaborate?
Baines.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Mr. Baines, I'm happy to repeat this and to clarify this for you. Perhaps it's easier if I can ask whether or not you've read the Auditor General's report.
I did read the report.
Okay, Mr. Baines, if you read the report, it suggests in that report that the minister is required to appoint the satisfactory amount of board members. After that period of time, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt to suggest that maybe you did in fact do the work needed as the minister responsible to appoint the satisfactory amount. The issue that the Auditor General is pointing out is the fact that the board was then reduced to 2 people. These 2 people, including Ms. Verchuren, would go on, and it would be difficult during their tenureship at that time of the board. They would go on to find or engage in direct conflicts of interest, to which the Auditor General has found to be pertinent to many, many companies, including her own company that had received government funds. And this is the crux of the issue, Mr. Baines, and one that I think Canadians want serious attention to, and one that they need real accountability to. And I understand that you have to get going in 5 minutes, and this is going to be probably my last round to ask questions, and I do appreciate you being here. I don't necessarily appreciate the lack of answers, but that's your prerogative. My prerogative is to ask the questions. Your prerogative is to answer them, and if you don't want to answer them or haven't read the report, that's completely up to you, and that's the sense I'm getting at this point. But I think you'd understand the issue that I have and Canadians have and the Auditor General has. You're responsible as a minister to ensure that the enabling legislation to which you are a minister responsible for is followed, and at that time was appropriately enforced. The Auditor General is pointing out a very serious fact, Mr. Baines, that during your tenureship, that did not happen. In addition to these very serious concerns, Mr. Baines, there was a very legitimate issue that you were responsible for, which was the attendance of an Assistant Deputy Minister named Mr. Andrew Noseworthy within your ministry. Mr. Andrew Noseworthy was you were directly his supervisor, directly responsible for him. You've met Mr. Noseworthy, correct?
Mr. Noseworthy did work at ISED.
And you met him, right?
That is correct. Yes, I had met with Mr. Noseworthy.
And you had many conversations with Mr. Noseworthy, I presume.
Several conversations over my tenure during minister at ISED.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Baines. And one of the issues that we found with Mr. Noseworthy was that he didn't know what his job was. And what kind of boss, in this case the minister, would have an employee, a very senior executive employee, assistant deputy minister, who the Auditor General had to unfortunately describe as someone who didn't know their job or didn't know their roles or responsibilities, to be exact, in relation to the fact that they were present. This person, one of your staff members, was present in the decision-making process of a board of 2 people that ended up giving themselves millions of dollars. That's a serious concern, Mr. Baines, and one that Canadians are upset about. It's harmed the very real and legitimate policy of ensuring Canadians get access to innovation funding for small and medium-sized businesses. And I'd encourage my colleagues to take this issue far more seriously than we have today, because there's a very likely fact, which is Mr. Andrew Noseworthy knew that he was likely going to find himself in a position where maybe he had to report to you as the minister responsible for what he had heard at the two-person board meeting he was at any point in time, do you think he was ever going to question whether or not you would ask him what his roles and responsibilities are?
Thank you, Mr. Desjardins. It is my intention to get through a truncated additional round, so I'm going to cut you off there. We're going to have government and official opposition members will have 4 minutes each. The two remaining parties will have 2 minutes each. Mr. Cooper, you have the floor for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Former Liberal Minister Baines, you led the committee to believe that you had no active role in the appointment of Ms. Verscheren beyond receiving a recommendation from the Prime Minister's Department, the PCO, as part of a so-called open, transparent, and merit-based process. You know that that isn't true, just as you knew it wasn't true when you misled committee in June. Isn't that right, former Liberal Minister Baines?
Thank you very much for the question. As I've highlighted before, Ms. Verscheren was appointed by Stephen Harper, Jim Flaherty, Christian
Former
Parody.
Liberal Minister Baines, let's follow the chronology of events leading to Ms. Verscheren's appointment, someone who was in a conflict of interest at the time that you appointed her. On March 15th, 2019...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Khalid.
Is the former employer of the official opposition's wife out of order in calling
Ms.
Mr.
Khalid,
Baines the
come on.
names that he's calling him?
You in fact are up next, so you will have a 4-minute right to the floor at which you'll be able to take full use of it. Mr. Cooper, you have just over 3 minutes, please.
Former Liberal Minister Baines, let's follow the chronology of events leading to Ms. Verscheren's appointment. In September and October 2018, the PCO received 54 applications for chair of SDTC. On March 15, 2019, they provided you with a short list of 5 recommended candidates. That's the process you keep referencing. You sat on your hands. You ignored the recommendation of PCO. In April 2019, according to Ms. Verscheren, you called her, you asked her to serve as the chair of SDTC. All of a sudden, on April 30th of 2019, 1.5 months after you had a short list of 5 recommended candidates, she applies, and on May 21st, 2019, the PCO adds her name to the short list, and you thereafter appoint her. Do you really expect this committee and Canadians to believe that she was picked as part of a transparent, independent, merit-based process and that you didn't have your hand involved in picking her? Is that what you want Canadians to believe?
It was an open, transparent, merit-based process, and as I've highlighted, former Prime Minister
what happened here,
Stephen Harper
what happened, former Liberal Minister Baines, is that you didn't follow the process. You didn't respect the process. You politically interfered in the process.
As I was trying to state before, Ms. Verscheren was appointed by Stephen Harper to the Canadian North American Competitiveness Council in 2006. Jim
Did the
Flaherty
other
appointed her
5
to
recommended
the
candidates have conflicts of interest with SDTC? Because Ms. Verscheren had a conflict of interest. What happened about the other 5 candidates?
Again, when we're speaking about Ms. Verscheren, I was highlighting the fact that she was appointed by Christian Parody, the former Minister to Science, Technology,
Mr. Baines, you're not
Innovation
answering my
Council.
question. I asked you, did the other 5 candidates also have conflicts of interest? Because Ms. Verscheren had a conflict of interest at the time you appointed her, $12 million that her company was receiving from SDTC, and you knew about that.
Mr. Cooper, I have a point of
All
order.
public
With all
office.
due respect,
Sorry, Mr.
and
Baines.
I truly respect Mr. Cooper, but he's asking the witness to opine on some other members that were part of a board. I just don't know what what Mr. Baines can say. We know that the former employer of the leader's wife is asking tough questions.
This is not a point
Well, it is a tough
of order.
Well, it would be dismissed. It'd be thrown out of court if it was a real court.
Well,
but this is a Canada report.
as government members are prone to remind this committee, we are not a court. This is a question and answer session. So,
Thank you so much.
I've said that before many times because it is not a court. We're here to ask questions and receive answers. So, Mr. Cooper, you may proceed.
Mr. Baines, did the other 5 candidates have conflicts of interest as Ms. Verscheren did? Yes or no?
It's important to note that all public office holders must respect and follow the Conflict of Interest Act.
You were advised that Ms. Verscheren had a conflict of interest, and you appointed her anyway. I'm asking you about the other 5 candidates. You refuse to answer, and I take it that they didn't have conflicts of interest, and you appointed someone with a conflict because you don't give a damn about conflicts of interest. Isn't that right, former Liberal Minister Baines?
During my tenure, I made over 100 governor and council recommendations, and it's important that all those individuals that were recommended and ultimately appointed follow the Conflict of
You
Interest
knew she
Act.
had a conflict of interest. You
that
didn't
is
give
the
a
time,
damn,
Mr.
and as a
Cooper.
result,
Miss-
400
Mr.
million taxpayer dollars
Mr.
have gone out the door
Mr. Cooper, I will just
following
remind you
that
that
conflict-ridden appointment.
Mr. Cooper, I will remind you, as I was reminded today in the House, that we will use parliamentary language in this committee room. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor for 4 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And as much as I appreciate my opposition colleagues trying to get their clips for the Russian Rebel News, I do have some serious questions to ask our witness here today.
All right. Yes, Mr. Brock.
Here we go again with
the
yet
Russian Rebel
another
News.
Liberal who is trying to associate
Debate.
the Conservative
Okay.
Party of Canada
Okay.
with the Russian
Mr.
administration.
Mr. Brock.
There were members in the House.
Mr. Brock. Whoa. I did hear what was said by the member, and it has nothing to do with the Conservative Party. This is not a point of order, even if
Point of
it
order,
was.
Mr. Chair?
I'm ruling in your side's favor. So I'm going to give the floor back to Ms. Khalid, unless you actually have a genuine new point of order.
Well, I would invite Mr. Brock to look at the FBI records.
No, stop. All right. We really don't want to go down in the U.S. politics or bring U.S. politics into this committee room. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor, please.
Half your cabinet isn't, though.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm just going to put some things on the record with respect to the topic that we are talking about today. And Mr. Baines, I really appreciate your patience with our opposition colleagues on everything that they've been hammering at you with today. So Prime Minister Mulroney asked that Ms. Verscheren serve on his National Science and Tech Committee, and Minister Flaherty tapped her as an economic advisor to serve on his Economic Council during the 2008 recession. And she's donated to the Simcoe Gray Conservative Association between 2013 to 2015. She's donated to Lisa Raitt. She's donated consistently since 2013 to the Conservative Party federally, and also donated to the last 2 leadership campaigns. Can you help me in understanding how partisanship works with these kind of appointments, please?
Thank you very much for the question. As I highlighted, it's important to note that in 2016, there was a new process that was put into place. And this process was designed to encourage all Canadians to apply to various positions that were made available to different organizations and agencies. And the Prime Minister or the Privy Council office basically led this panel with the various departments. They ultimately made recommendations and brought forward names to the minister. Then the minister would make a GIC recommendation. As being discussed before, the process was open, it was fair, it was transparent, and specifically with regards to Ms. Verscheren, as you can tell, she had worked with the previous government in different roles. She also received the Order of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Baines.
She was a well-recognized CEO.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Baines.
so,
and I'm sure that you'll be able to provide all of the rest of what you were going to say in writing for the committee to understand and appreciate. And given that we've been talking, sorry, Mr. Perkins, I couldn't hear myself over your voice, but given that that we've been talking about the Auditor General's report and everything that that has been going on, I do want to move a motion right now on this topic, and that motion is that the committee reaffirm the independence of the Auditor General of Canada to conduct her work free from interference, and echo the concerns of the Auditor General of Canada regarding the Conservative Party House Order of June 10th, 2024, that ordering her office to produce her audit file on Sustainable Development Technology Canada to the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council compromises her independence and is likely to discourage departments, agencies, and Crown corporations from providing free and timely access to information required for her audits to go forward. And Chair, I would love to talk more about this motion, but I do want to make sure that that it's in order given the topic today.
Have you submitted the motion to the chair?
I'm about to. I read it into the record right now, Chair, but I'm more than happy to put it into in writing for all members as well.
So you don't have it in?
I don't have it in writing right now, but I can get it to you as soon as possible.
All right.
Would you like to suspend while we do that?
What's a point of privilege? This is new. Yes, Mr. Perkins.
I'd like to raise a point of privilege. And I would ask, as part of that point of privilege, because the witness has refused to answer questions, he has repeated one line consistently for an hour, and obviously written by PMO to try and protect from the corruption. So I would move the following motion as a point of privilege, that the committee instruct the clerk and analyst to prepare a report to the House, which the chair shall table forthwith, outlining the potential breach of privilege concerning Navdeep Bains' refusal to answer questions which the committee put to him.
All right, I'm going to consult with the clerk here. I'm going to suspend for a few minutes. And in the meantime, Ms. Khalid, if you could send it in.
Speak about it as well.
Hold on, I'm going to suspend. Just once. I do not like to do this, but I can also see this is going to go on for a little bit. Mr. Bains, I'm going to excuse you because I know you had a.
Before that decision is made, I'd like to discuss that.
No. This I've got to suspend here to go over. I now have competing motions. Mr. Bains is on the clock. He made it very clear to me beforehand. Agree, no, I'm going to finish my thought here. I appreciate him coming. He was. I had also, through the clerk, discussed with him the possible and perhaps likely need that he might need to come back, and he is aware of that. So that is my ruling, Mr. Brock. Mr. Bains, you are excused. I appreciate you coming in, and I'm sure the clerk will reach out to you. Mr. Khalid Ms. Khalid had asked for some information, and if you could submit that to the clerk as well. In the meantime, I'm going to suspend just for about 3 minutes here, and if you could submit your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. please? If members can take their chair. So I'm going to call things back into order. So I have two motions on the floor, and I don't have the first motion yet to the clerk to disseminate for discussion. So, Mr. Perkins, I'm going to turn to you. You have the floor on your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, point of order. Just
one second, Mr. Perkins. I have a point of order from Mr. Erskine Smith.
Can we? I'm a bit confused as to the traditional path here is you move the first motion that is moved, and it was read into the record. The interpreters interpreted it for us, so we've got it in both official languages. And I would like to hear from the clerk as to what the proper process is, because this is backwards as far as anything I've seen in 10 years.
Mr. Genuis, you have a point of order.
Yeah. So just respectfully to clarify the rules for my my honourable friend. Ms. Khalid, if you'd like to speak on this point of order, you can propose to do so.
Would you like to do the chair's job for him?
You're welcome to continue heckling, I suppose. I'll just ignore you, I guess. But just for the members that are interested in knowing, the process is that when there is a question
Point of order,
privilege,
Mr. Chair.
The chair
can make the own rules.
I love
Mr.
the
Garnett,
question
but he
of
does
privilege.
Need to explain this to the committee.
Another rule, Mr. Duran, is you don't speak unless you're recognized, even if you think you have a point of order, which you don't.
On that point of order, Chair.
All right.
All right,
Look,
on that point of order, Chair.
What is wrong with you?
Mr. Genuis, please.
We have 4 Conservative members in this committee right now. We have a 5th one who has come in and is now on the speaking order. I'm not sure who he's subbing or who he's replacing here.
Just for the Liberal members, there's a green book. You can get it for free. That explains the rules. So what Mr. Perkins has done is he's raised a question of privilege.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Garnett has been subbed in for another
if he considers it a matter dealing with privilege,
has he been subbed in for another
then
member?
privilege supersedes.
Just 1 second, Mr. Genuis. If you could, your whip will sub in your members as requested.
I'd like to know who he's replacing.
I see 4 members on the other side.
Because we have
I
a
see
couple
5.
of votes on order.
So, yes. Yeah.
It's been many times in this committee we've come to this point, I believe, Chair. I think we can reflect in the last 3 years. There's been moments where this kind of disruption's taken place in the past, but there's 2 concerns that I think are really important while we have this, whatever this is. One is I think the interpreters, if we can find a way to make this as easy as possible for them, that's great. Second, a speaking list maybe could be instituted by you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to tell you how to do your job. Certainly not. That's what I'm saying. Just that perhaps the speaking order or speaking list could help us to predict when we should speak and when some people shouldn't. Thank you.
So you're absolutely right, and I am hearing points of order right now. I just heard from Mr. Erskine Smith, and Mr. Genuis has the floor. Mr. Genuis had informed me before. I was expecting him to speak on his other motion, which he's not doing, but you have the floor, Mr. Genuis, on the point of order.
Yes, sorry. I was just responding to the point of order from Mr. Erskine Smith, and I hope this is helpful. I'm not trying to start a needless conflict. It's just that we're all guided by rules, and those rules are well established. That when there's a question of privilege, that much as is happening in the House right now, that supersedes other business. So if the chair rules that it is a matter touching on privilege, then that supersedes the other matters. To Mr. Erskine Smith's point, it's not as if someone just moved a motion on another topic. It has unique status as a privilege motion. So again, I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Khalid, do you have a point of order, or is it moot now?
I'm just, wondering if you've been satisfied by Mr. Genuis doing your and the clerk's job for you.
Yes. Mr. Duran.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would also entertain the fact that a point of privilege was raised on whether or not a question was answered, and I don't recall in any committee in 9 years as to the quality of responses that we were provided at any committee in the past 9 years, 20 years, 15 years, 30 years, and so on and so on and so on, the quality of answers are not a question of privilege, and I would divert to you, Mr. Williamsons, for the answer.
Arrive scam, Christian Firth.
Thank you very much.
I just also want another point
No,
of
hold
order,
on.
Chair.
I've got as Mr. usually said. I have several points of order. I believe Mr. Erskine Smith in a second, but I'm going to hear Mr. Perkins first.
The confusion here, and it started with a legitimate question by MP Erskine Smith about a motion that was moved by Ms. Khalid, and then I moved and put forward a privilege motion about whether, I think the question was that you could, whether you can do those two things at the same time. And the precedent was set, the precedent was set in 2020 in FINA on a similar item when there was a motion on the floor, and then our current leader, Mr. Poilievre, moved a question of privilege during it because a question of privilege takes precedent over everything else. MP Khalid's asked if we could circulate my motion of privilege. It's been sent to the clerk, so hopefully we can get that out. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Erskine Smith.
Okay, so I think I've got it clear then. So if there's a legitimate motion for privilege, that will take precedence. In this particular case, that seems unlikely, but that's the process as far as it goes. Not I've got it clear. The condescension is not needed, Garnett, but it's nice to hear from you.
I was more responding. Thank you. I might, Ms. Khalid, did you have a point of order, or you? No. Okay. Madame Sinclair Desgagnés, s'il vous plaît.
Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés, simply to ask if we could suspend until we have the privilege motion in both official languages. That would be very helpful so that our teams can look at the French version, please.
I will. I'm going to suspend for 2 or 3 minutes. the meeting. I'll bring the meeting back into to order. So after discussing with the chair, reviewing some of the standing orders, and also reviewing some precedent, I am going to recognize Mr. Perkins' motion as a privilege motion. Now, first, the first step is that you're flagging and I'll come to you in just one second, Mr. Erskine-Smith. Why don't you hear what I have to say, and then we can have, I'm sure, points of order discussions about it. So, well, possibly. I lost, and so I'm going to uphold that your belief that you believe your privileges have been infringed upon, which then triggers your motion. So I will turn to you, Mr. Perkins, to now speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I move this, for all of those who are watching, part of this process of being accountable to Parliament is for witnesses to actually answer the questions that we pose. And I'll go through a series of some of the questions that were asked that I'm aware of, and I'm sure others may add a little more to it, that were very simple questions put to the former Liberal minister, but he refused to answer them and basically kept repeating the lines in his opening statement, the same line over and over again, as if he were some sort of automatron or something. So I started by asking him if he had called and spoken with Annette Verschuren twice. Very simple question. He refused to answer that. He talked about the appointments process. And I said, well, Ms. Verschuren testified before committee that you had called twice. Is she right, or you? And he talked about the appointments process. I then, after obviously some frustration and interruptions, went on to another area. I asked him, did he appoint Andre Lise-Motto in 2016? And he went on about the appointments process and wouldn't say yes or no on somebody. He's on the record as a GIC appointment of appointing. Not he is on the record, it's public record. Then I pointed out the fact that while she was on the board under his watch, that $114 million went to her companies. Was he aware of that? And he talked about the good work of SDTC, didn't talk about whether he was knowledgeable. I said, your assistant deputy minister was in those meetings, Mr. Noseworthy. You must have been informed about that. And he basically said it's a fair and open process. I then went on to ask him about the $750 million that he gave. I should say that before I asked that, I asked in the 25 times that current Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault was lobbying in the year before he was elected, while he was a nominated candidate, that he was lobbying his office on the public record, the lobbyist registry, for Cycle Capital, for money, for Cycle Capital Fund number 4, whether or not he remembered those meetings. And he basically talked about the open appointments process, and he can't be remembered, shouldn't have to remember everything in his life. And then I said, okay, so those meetings were about, as in the registry, meeting with you, of getting money from EDC, and EDC gave $145 million. Do you remember that? And he talked about the activities of SDTC, not about that process to get money. Then I asked about the fact that after all of this corruption that was going on within the fund, his appointment of a conflicted chair, his appointment of board members that were conflicted, like Andre Lise-Motto, the fact that he had officials in the meeting, every single meeting, where 82% of the time they were voting themselves taxpayer money, why he would take and give $750 million and get cabinet approval to give $750 million more only a month before he left the job to go work at CIBC. $750 million more taxpayer money for this fund when there were clearly management issues. And he again talked about the appointments process. Now, that's just my questions. There were some excellent questions from MP Cooper around the 5 appointments that he made, and whether or not he recalled any of them and whether any of them were conflicted. And he talked about the PCO appointments process. I'm sure some of my colleagues will come up with some other lists, but the member from the bloc brought forward a new revelation that Amber Bettal, the VP at SDTC, for his time there, she worked there for 5 years, and when he was at CIBC, he left, joined CIBC, and guess what? Guess who gets up and starts working at CIBC in the investment banking area where I believe he was, and it is the same person who was working at SDTC. He claims to know nobody and nothing that went on. So time after time after time, when we asked about individual appointments, when we asked about money, when we asked about the reporting of his assistant deputy minister to him, when we asked about whether or not he did a basic thing like a phone call to a prospective chair of the fund, he didn't say, "I don't remember." In most cases, he repeated his opening statement line of an open process and that people applied. He totally ignored every single question that opposition parties asked. Unfortunately, we don't know if he ignored questions of the government members because government members didn't ask any. So that's why we have a breach of privilege. There has to be an attempt by the witness to actually answer the question, not repeat a line that's been written for him and ignore the question totally in order to facilitate the further cover-up of these documents and the refusal of the government to turn over the documents to the House. They're clearly hiding things. They're clearly hiding more corruption. And this Liberal minister and the current Liberal minister, but this one started the process, and the current minister who's been asleep at the switch for 40 months and didn't do anything till it was made public in the media, and still hasn't done anything really because it's still SDTC. It's just got 3 bureaucrats running it now as opposed to Liberal board members. So he didn't answer any questions. He is obstructing the work of this committee in our study of the corruption into SDTC, and we need to send a report to the Speaker for the House to deal with this breach of our privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I have a long list. Mr. Erskine-Smith, you have the floor next.
Yeah. Before I get to any kind of response, because at the end of the day, Mr. Baines said a couple of times, "I don't recall an answer," and Mr. Perkins just glided by that as if that's not a sufficient answer when it was 8 years ago. And of course, it is an answer. Whether he might not like it, but it's an answer. So, like, we don't have to be children about it. That's an obvious answer. The second part of this, though, is Chair, you yourself said he may well come back. So this is premature and then some. But I would love to hear you, Mr. Chair, said based on precedent. So what's the precedent? Walk us through. When you've got a witness who isn't even done their testimony yet, there's a privilege motion. I would love to hear from the clerk, and I would love to hear from you. Walk me through why you ruled that this is an acceptable privilege motion. What's the precedent? Because this is a terrible precedent to set.
Well, Mr. Erskine-Smith, at this point, I'm not part of the debate, so...
No. But what's the precedent? You said there's precedent, so what's the precedent?
Well, most recently, in January, there was a ruling that involved Mr. Fursk in his unwillingness to answer questions. That's all I'm going to say because I'm not part of the debate.
Yeah, can I just raise a point of order?
That's the precedent that you're pointing to, Chair? That's the precedent?
Can I just raise a point of order?
That is a laughable joke. That's an absolute joke.
Durant, you have the floor. Sorry, Mr. Durant, you have a point of order.
Yeah, just again.
Sorry, I do.
Well, just one, Mr. Durant, just one second. If you have a point of order, you need to say point of order, because otherwise, I assume you're looking to speak to the motion. So I didn't. Sorry. So, Mr. Durant first, and I'll recognize you, Mr. Genuis.
As well as I appreciate, 2, 4, 6 members of Conservative Party on the other side. I do appreciate that, but there has to be some form of decorum, and I believe if you look at the book, I still don't know whether or not Mr. Genius was actually subbed in, and I will refer you to Bosque and Gagnon, Chapter 20, when members serve on subcommittees or as substitutes for regular members, they enjoy all the rights of regular members. They are counted for purposes of quorum. They may participate in debate. They may move motions and vote, and if required, they may submit a notice of motion. To this hour minute, I still do not know, because I'm looking at Mr. Nader, I'm looking at Mr. Perkins, I'm looking at Mr. Cooper, I'm looking at Mr. Brock, I'm looking at Mr. Stewart, and I'm now looking at Mr. Genius, which does not reflect the decorum of this particular committee.
Point of order on the same point.
So again, I'll refer you to the Chapter 20. I would like a ruling on that, and I would like to know whether or not Mr. Genius has actually been, pardon my French, but Monsieur, je sais pas, je vois pas son
Genuous.
On the same point, Chair.
If he was subbed in at this committee.
Order for Mr. Genuous
But
first.
it's on the same point,
No,
Chair.
but all right, I'm going to go to Mr. Nader on the first.
Just to clarify, the standing orders are clear on this matter. Refer the members to Standing Order 119. Any member of the House who is not a member of a standing special legislative committee may, unless the House or the committee considered otherwise orders, take part in the public proceedings of the committee, but may not move or vote or move any motion, nor be part of any quorum. Any members can participate. It's very clear. Standing Order 119. That's how we govern ourselves. This has been debated in other committees. It's been dealt with. It's in the standing orders, Chair.
Thank you. Is your on this issue, Mr. Genuous, or?
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
I mean,
Mr. Genuous.
like,
just one. I do want, Mr. Durain, those are the standing orders that we govern ourselves. It is why occasionally we do have Green Party members that come to this committee and that participate with witnesses.
It is
and
clause by clause.
And do participate. Mr. Genuous, you have the floor, please.
Yeah. Yeah, so just, Chair, like, again, respectfully to members, there are rules that are well established. I think the House of Commons does provide training opportunities for members who are interested in digging further into them. When it comes, so I think Mr. Nader dealt very well with the one maybe misunderstanding that's at the table. The other issue is that when a question of privilege is raised at committee, it is not for the chair to rule that, yes, privilege was broken. It's for the chair to determine whether or not it's a matter touching on privilege. It's for the committee to determine itself through a privilege motion, in the same way that in the House when a question is raised, the Speaker does not determine whether there's been a violation of privilege. The Speaker determines whether there is a prima facie case that there's been a violation of privilege, at which point there is a privilege motion that's been made. But members seem to be surprised that it is considered a matter of privilege when witnesses don't answer questions. There is a massive amount of jurisprudence verifying this. The Winnipeg Labs document issue began when a witness refused to answer a question. The issues with Mr. Firth were privilege relating to a failure to answer questions. There was an issue with Min Doan where a question of privilege was raised regarding his failure to answer a question. The chair ruled that it was touching on a matter of privilege, although the committee voted against proceeding with the motion. So there are mountains of jurisprudence on this, and again, I think, like, I'm not trying to be snarky at all. Like, there's training available, there are documents established, and members can read the books, they can avail themselves of those training opportunities.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, can you refer to the clerk with an adult conversation as opposed to kid conversation?
Thank you, Mr. Durain. All right. Yeah, Mr. Durain, your comments reflect more on you than this committee or the chair. So you're welcome to conduct yourself. You have a right to be here. I'm going to continue now the debate. Mr. Brock, you have the floor, please.
And relinquish my time. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, you have the floor. Mr. Durain, you have the floor, please.
So all of these questions were actually asked at the previous committee 4 or 5 months ago, and actually I can read it into the record, but I won't for your own sake, Mr. Perkins, because it would make you look, whatever. I'm just the quality of answers doesn't pertain to a question of privilege, and that's my issue. They're trying to fish for something, and they have been trying. The pattern of the Conservative Party is not about finding the truth. It's about stalling what is happening in the House, and we can see it. There's already a question of privilege in the House right now. There's another one on the docket. And on this side of the House, unlike Mr. Brock, who is a lawyer and would be disbarred from the Law Society of Ontario if he would speak publicly like this, because he simply doesn't, it questions me, what kind of Crown attorneys do we have in Ontario when this man was able to serve, because he simply does not understand the separation of the Justice, the Executive, and Parliament. Parliament has its duty, the Executive has its duty, and Justice has its duty. If Canadians are watching, the RCMP has all of the powers in the world to obtain the documents, and in fact, the Commissioner of the RCMP has written, the Auditor General has written, well, relevancy is relevancy, Mr. Chair, and I will talk about relevancy. They're questioning someone who has already been a witness in front of another committee, and by God, they didn't question what was happening. The same answers he gave at the previous committee, they weren't questioning his relevancy, or they weren't mentioning a question of privilege. But of course, now they are doing that because they want to go into an election. Mr. Chair, I just have a hard time understanding. When the other side is saying we want to get to the bottom of this. How can we treat them seriously? Ce qui arrive, c'est qu'ils veulent aller à travers.
They want to ruin someone's reputation, someone who served Canada. They want to ruin the reputation of someone who not only served his department, but who served his department well. And a number of times, they indicated that the former minister or the new minister have nothing to do with SDTC. And Mr. Chair, you'll recall, from the first time I appeared, I've said, when will we stop investigating investigations of investigations? Because I'm starting to think that either we are incompetent, very incompetent, and there are people who were accountants on this committee. Either we are all incompetent because we've had over 8 meetings or 10 meetings, if I count the other committees who have looked at this. Well, it doesn't make any sense. We need to be consistent on this committee. We've always had a relationship before partisanship gets in, before the Conservatives had some wind in their sails. We always had good collaboration here at this committee. Even though I wasn't here, I was still following closely. I was member of the Government Operations Committee for 6 years, and I paid attention to what happened here because we also, before the Auditor General had the opportunity to study this, we were proposing studies for some issues that we wanted the Auditor General to look into. Once again, the fact that the opposition is questioning because they don't agree with the answers they received from a witness. They are questioning because they didn't hear what they wanted to hear. They express their opinions. They have editorials on Mr. Bains. And I don't know how it worked under the Conservative government, but I'd like to know because some people were appointed by Conservative ministers on boards of directors. So there was some pressure. But that's not how we work on this side. We heard a number of times from many witnesses that there was no pressure from ministers, that it was completely separated. We respect decisions that were made by SDTC, even though there were abuses. We need to stop going on hunts. So the Conservatives want to have these hunts every time. They want a question of privilege to try to stop what's happening in the House. And we understand very, very well here that the Conservative members want to embark on a hunt And the motion was issued just after my colleague, Ms. Khalid, who put forward a very good motion to see if the committee respects the independence of the Auditor General in doing her work. And right after that, a question of privilege. So I wonder what is happening. I imagine the Conservatives don't respect the independence of the Office of the Auditor General when it doesn't suit them. It obviously doesn't suit them. But don't worry, Mr. Perkins, I'll get back to the relevance because everything is connected. We're going in circles at this committee, and we have for months. Mr. Perkins, Mr. Nader, Mr. Brock, Mr. Cooper, and even Garnett, who is asking questions. Nothing that they've asked over the last 3 months has given great revelations. Questions are being asked about which witness spoke to which witness, questioning some witnesses who are here under oath, telling the truth. And now, because Mr. Baines was a Liberal minister, they're saying, oh, he's crooked too. Mr. Chair, we need to have some respect at this committee if we really want to know what happened. I think we need to respect all the reports that were made, all of the testimony at this committee, and I would ask the official opposition to please ask questions that make sense because you're not impressing me at all right now. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Khalid, you have the floor, please.
Much, Chair. And just to start, if it's okay with you, would like some clarification from the clerk as to what time she received the motion of privilege put forward by Mr. Perkins. And then I have comments to add to that. To that, Chair.
Well, I don't. You can certainly respond to that, clerk. I have no idea. It didn't impact the decision I made. But if you want to read out the timesheet of the email you received from, I believe, Mr. Perkins or his office.
All that matters is when I tabled it.
I know.
So I received it at 5:15 p.m. today.
So that really speaks to exactly what I'm wanting to talk about, Chair. We're talking about a motion of privilege where Mr. Perkins felt like his questions were not answered. They sent the motion in while Mr. Cooper was asking questions. This was premeditated by metadata, and timestamps are there, and I'm sure that if anybody wanted to look, please don't interrupt me. If anybody wanted to look into when this motion was created, according to the metadata, 5:12 p.m., and when last edited at 5:14. Mr. Cooper was still talking during that time, still had the opportunity to ask the questions of the witness. Now, what this says to me, and what the consistency of the actions of so many Conservatives that are sitting opposite me here today, is that this is not a question of privilege. This is a mockery. This is a mockery of our parliamentary system trying to use the system to create their partisan games and to push witnesses into character assassinations, to leverage the time that we have in this committee for their own partisan benefits. I wonder how many dollars the Conservatives have raised out of clips today, and how those dollars from Russian Rebel News, thank you, and how those dollars are being collected on the backs of taxpayers. Because let's be reminded, all of us, that this committee functions on the backs of taxpayer dollars. Our parliament functions on the backs of taxpayer dollars. We are here in Public Accounts Committee to make sure that taxpayer dollars are used efficiently and effectively. And the fact that Mr. Perkins would move a motion of privilege before there was any issue of the exact same thing that he's trying to talk about in his bogus motion here, that his privilege was somehow impacted on the backs of taxpayer dollars, raising conservative fundraising dollars on the backs of taxpayer dollars. Why? Why can we not get to the work that this committee has been assigned to do? Why can we not get to the reports of the Auditor General? Why can we not actually talk about matters that are serious, that actually impact Canadians? I really don't understand, Chair, why we're going down this route. And I see each and every member of the Conservatives right now on their phones, as I'm sure that they're tweeting something or the other to, again, put, oh, that's awesome. How is she doing? She's doing great? That's wonderful.
Mr. Perkins, come on.
I'm so glad that Mr. Perkins has had a moment to connect with his wife. I'm sure she's a very lovely person, and I wish her all the very best. But I also would like Mr. Perkins to use his time as a member of Parliament in a more judicious manner. I think that putting forward bogus and disingenuous motions like this have a negative impact on what this committee is assigned to do and what it should be doing. Now, I'm just going to read out the words of the motion. Excuse me while I go through my lengthy password here. But the words of the motion, that the committee instruct the clerk and analysts to prepare a report to the House which the chair shall table forthwith, outlining the potential breach of privilege concerning Navdeep Bains' refusal to answer questions, certain questions which the committee put to him, and his prevarication. My English is not as good as yours, Mr. Perkins, in answering others. Now, given the fact that this motion was drafted before questions were even answered by the witness today, while the questions were in process, while each member of the committee had time to ask their questions, that this motion was drafted way before then, really calls into question the motives of the Conservatives. And I, for one, do not want to sit here and let them play their games, because, quite frankly, Canadians deserve better than that. And what the Conservatives are doing, all 6, 7 of them that are in this committee today, is quite deplorable. I really think that Canadians deserve better than to have their hard-earned dollars used for the purposes of partisan hack games. And I've had enough of this, Chair. I don't think that this is a legitimate privilege motion. This is premeditated, and it is being used to raise fundraising dollars for the Conservatives, to delay important legislative work in the House of Commons, to delay important committee work in this committee, and to agitate. We are not in the business of agitation here, Chair. We're in the business of trying to make sure that Canadians understand how their tax dollars are spent, that Canadians have the ability to review how we can improve the process of Canadian dollars in our government, in our democracy. And for us to be sitting here debating a bogus motion like this for the sole purpose of agitation, of delay, of raising fundraising dollars, that is quite the slap to the face of democracy in our democratic institutions. And I can hear Mr. Perkins snickering right now And it's very unfortunate because he knows exactly what he's done. He knows exactly what he's doing. And what he's doing is agitating. What he's doing is using Canadian taxpayer dollars to raise their own funds. I'm sure that Mr. Cooper does not have the floor, Chair. I'm sure that the floor is mine currently. But I would encourage all of my colleagues to really think about what you're doing and why. This is not how we govern. This is not how we should be conducting ourselves as parliamentarians. This is a very, very, I have to find my words so that I'm using parliamentary language. This is an attempt to take us away from the work of this committee. And I think that we are above that. I really do. I'm sure Mr. Perkins' wife would appreciate that he do the right thing. I would hope that Mr. Perkins acknowledge that this is not a motion of privilege at all. This is a motion of agitation, trying to use taxpayer dollars for political gain of the Conservative Party, to stop the House from functioning, to stop committees from functioning, to raise money for the Conservative Party using clickbait, Russian rebel news, what have you. It's not right. So I would encourage Mr. Perkins to back off, man. This is not the right thing to do. This is not the right thing to do. I think we have better things to get to in this committee. I don't think that this motion is in order at all. I think that we have, in my 9 years as a member of Parliament, I have sat on a lot of committees, said the experienced litigator. In my 9 years as a member of Parliament, I have listened to a lot of testimony from witnesses. We do not get to decide what witnesses that we invite to this committee have to say. We can ask them for clarification in writing. We can subpoena them to come to committee and answer questions. But Chair, this is your call, how a committee is functioning and what a witness is able to or not able to say in committee. So this should be just as much of a concern to you as it is to me right now. One, your privilege and your order as chair is questioned, but also, what's the purpose here? Are we now setting a precedent where every single witness that comes to committee across the entirety of our committees is now going to be judged as to whether they have answered a question or not answered a question? And to whose liking is that question going to be answered? I'm sure that Mr. Perkins, even after his role with being appointed with the BDC, would love to sit there and judge whether a witness has actually answered a question to his liking or not. This reminds me of Trump, to be honest, where he decides whether something is foreign interference or it's not, or is democratic or not, based on where somebody is on the political spectrum, whether they support them or they don't support them. And this is the exact same thing. And I think that if we pass this motion today, if we even entertain this motion today, we are giving in to the politics of agitation here today. And I do not think that that is the right way for us to approach our democratic institutions and the way that we function here as a committee. So, Chair, I will park my comments there, but I would like to get back onto the bottom of your list. I'm just letting you know, bottom of the list. Thank you, Chair.
And you have been added to the list. Next is Ms. Bradford. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must say I'm a little bit alarmed that you based your ruling that this was actually a privilege most based on Mr. Firth. There's no way that Mr. Baines could be possibly put in the same category as Mr. Firth, who, as we all know, is in a class all by himself. I was here at this meeting, and I found Mr. Baines to be a very credible, respectful witness. In all of our committees, we ask questions. Usually when we ask the question, we don't already know the answer. Sometimes we do, but sometimes we don't. And so we have to accept the witness's answers as given, even if we don't like the answer. Now, what I observed before, while the opposition was questioning this witness, as is often the case, the witness wasn't even given a chance to respond. They were constantly interrupted. He would try to say something and he would be interrupted constantly. There is a certain level of rudeness with that. We invite people here to testify, and we should give them a chance to answer the questions. And unfortunately, I find that wasn't the case today, and now the opposition is complaining that he didn't answer the questions. Well, he needed some airtime in order to do that without being constantly interrupted. And this goes on and on and on. And it's a very bad reflection on this place and the people that serve here. One of the things that I would like to point out, so I got elected in 2021, and I was appointed to this committee by the whip. And I remember the whip telling me, you are going to love serving on the Public Accounts Committee because you're going to learn so much about the operations of government. Because you review the Auditor General's reports. The Auditor General examines many different things. She decides what she wants to look at and reports back with inadequacies. And there's learning to be had from that. I wish that's what this committee was doing. I would say for the last 8 months, we haven't had the opportunity to review reports. We haven't been tabling reports from this committee in the House because we're no longer reviewing the Auditor General's reports. Instead, this committee, like most parliamentary committees, is being held up with motions, whether they're privileged or not, brought forward by the opposition, always the same motions on 4 different committees, looking for a smoking gun on some kind of a witch hunt. The prize would be to tar a cabinet minister with some wrongdoing. And there's nothing to see, but it ties up very expensive resources. I want Canadians to know that these committees cost thousands of dollars every time we meet. So if we're talking about wasting taxpayers' dollars and being judicious about taxpayers' dollars being spent fraudulently or not in a good way, what's happening at our committees when every committee is dealing with the same motions? This committee probably had 25 meetings on ArriveCan. Do Canadians care about ArriveCan anymore? 25 meetings. Probably each meeting costs $10,000 or $15,000 when you think of the analysts and the clerks and the interpreters and the catering and all the resources for nothing. So now we're going down the same rabbit hole, this time with Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Same thing. Multiple committees looking at this. For what? The problem has already been resolved. We know there was a problem, but when it was brought to light by the Auditor General's report, immediately the current minister decided to transition it over to the NRC and appointed a temporary brand new board of 3, and it'll be transitioned by the end of this year to the NRC. The funding will resume. It's under control. So really, when the problems are taken care of, I don't know why we persist in continuing to find fault that no longer exists. It has been dealt with. So I find this a very, very frustrating process. And there is a letter that I would like to read into the record from our Auditor General, because again, I remind everyone, this is the Public Accounts Committee. We are supposed to be reviewing the Auditor General's reports and looking at her work. And we shouldn't be doing anything that impedes her work. However, I want to read into the record, because I think it's an important document. It's a letter to our chair, Mr. John Williamson, dated June the 10th of this year. Dear Mr. Williamson, I'm writing further to the motion in the House of Commons seeking the production of documents regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada. I understand that it would be considered by the House of Commons this afternoon. I wanted to ensure that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts is aware of some of the short-term and long-term impacts of this motion. In my view, the requirement to produce my entire audit file to the law clerk and Parliamentary Council compromises my independence and is also likely to discourage departments, agencies, and Crown corporations from providing me free and timely access to the information required for my audits going forward. The objective of this motion appears to be about ensuring that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, has access to the information in my audit file. In cases where the RCMP has engaged with my office, we have always cooperated in a timely manner. Doing so has always involved direct communication with the RCMP investigators and a timely response by my office to production orders from the RCMP. It is unclear to me why the law clerk and Parliamentary Council should be part of this established process with the RCMP. I believe that it is also important to inform the committee that there will be considerable expense to my office to produce our entire audit file to the law clerk and Parliamentary Council. Our understanding is that the translation of all documents would be required. The budget for my office's resources does not include such expenses. We would need to divert financial resources that would otherwise be used to produce audits for Parliament. Yours sincerely, Karen Hogan, Auditor General of Canada. Clearly, the point our Auditor General is making, this request or demand is compromising her work and her future work. It would cause great disruption to her department, take them off the work they would normally be doing, great expense she doesn't have a budget for. All for what? To do something that shouldn't be requested in the first place, because it not only compromises her, it would also compromise the independence of the RCMP. So I do have really, really grave concerns about this privilege motion, about why we have to debate it. I don't think just because some of the MPs didn't like the answers that Mr. Baines, our witness tonight, was giving when he had an opportunity to speak, and that was very limited. I don't think that means that somebody's privilege has been abused. You know, we called him here. He was quite prepared to answer it. And yes, maybe sometimes he did use the phrase, "I don't recall." We often hear that. You have to consider the man left the position as the minister in January of 2021. That'll soon be 5 years ago. How many of us can remember every conversation and meeting that we had 4.5 or 5 years ago? I know I don't. Maybe some of you do. I don't think it's reasonable to expect anyone to. And I think if they say, "I don't recall," that's very likely an honest answer. So those are the points that I wanted to speak to this. And thank you for giving me time.
You are welcome, Ms. Bradford. Suivant. Prochaine, c'est...
Next, Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés, please.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One issue that is important to me is that a member of the government now is not accepting the premise that answers from the witness were totally unsatisfactory, and I'll get back to that, but feels entitled to criticize the quality of the questions. I don't think he's understood how a committee operates. the questions are asked by the person asking them. The answers need to be based on those questions and answered in good faith. I have a good example of a question that was not asked at industry regarding my first questions on his meetings with Amber Batul when she was chief of staff at SDTC. He started by telling me that he had met her maybe once or twice, and then he continued and told me that he met her a few times. And then when I asked him how many times he met with Ms. Batul when he was minister and she was chief of staff at SDTC, he said he doesn't know if it was once or twice or 10 or 15 times. That is strictly impossible. That means that the person is answering in bad faith, because anybody here could give a ballpark number for the number of times somebody was met with over a period of time. I can tell you how many times in the ballpark. Otherwise, it's bad faith. And that, Mr. Chair, is unacceptable. Mr. Baines answered no question asked calmly and respectfully by this committee. And it's deplorable because we need to do important work. The Auditor General raised a number of very problematic issues, and he was the minister responsible for SDTC. When all of the facts described in the Auditor General's report were committed. So he's supposed to be able to answer questions, and he did not do so. He had a number of opportunities to do so today, and he did not do so. And in addition, there's the example I just gave showing bad faith, showing a simple refusal to answer questions from parliamentarians, which to me is a breach of parliamentary privilege. So I won't take longer on that, and I hope we will be able to proceed as quickly as possible to a vote to determine if this was really a motion of privilege. But please know that I do think there is a breach of parliamentary privilege here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Next.
Mr. Erskine Smith, please, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. So a couple things on this, but it is, I think, virtually impossible, given where we are at right now in this process, that if we were to report back to the House on this question, that the Speaker would find a prima facie case of that their privilege has been breached here. Like, we have a situation where a witness said they didn't recall in a couple of cases, where the witness was repeatedly cut off in the midst of answering a question. And I take the point of Natalie that she didn't feel her questions were directly answered in a way that she was looking for. The witness is still in the midst of, from what I heard from the chair, very clearly at the outset, and then again when he excused Mr. Baines, that there was an understanding that he could come back and he was willing to come back. And so I've said this previously that it was premature, but it very obviously, if we were to report it at this time, it would not be a prima facie breach of privilege. I mean, not only does it not amount to anywhere close to the Firth precedent, which was a deeply concerning precedent, this is no different from any number of instances of testimony I've heard over the years where we don't get the yes or no answer that we demand from a witness, perhaps, but there's still an answer whether we like it or not. And I should just note, because there have been many aspersions of criminal conduct on Ms. Verschuren by Conservatives, we should know, in the midst of answering a question about Ms. Verschuren and the point that she was appointed by the Harper government initially on a board, we should, it would be worth understanding, and I don't know if Conservatives fully understand her history, and we know that the Ethics Commissioner has found a couple of violations. For example, she should have recused herself instead of abstaining. In a second instance, she voted for a bundled approval in keeping with legal advice, and ultimately that was incorrect advice to follow. But this isn't a criminal character and criminal conduct here, despite what Conservatives allege. And if we had allowed Mr. Baines to finish his answer, we would have learned, for example, that she began her career as a development officer with the Cape Breton Development Corporation. She then worked with the Canada Development Investment Corporation. She then worked at Amasco. She launched Michaels of Canada. For those who know, I've got kids who enjoy arts and crafts. And then she landed the CEO role at Home Depot, where she grew that company, Home Depot Canada, in a significant way. She has been appointed to a number of government advisory roles, including the Economic Advisory Council during the economic crisis in 2008, the Canada-U.S. Council for the Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs and Business Leaders, the Advisory Council for NAFTA. She recently participated in government roundtables on climate action decarbonization. She is the chair of the Mars Discovery District Board. She's on the board of the Ontario Energy Association. In 2011, in the Harper tenure, she was honored as an Officer of the Order of Canada for her contributions. She was appointed in 2010 as the co-chair of the Governor General's Leadership Conference. Sorry. Yes, sure. What's the point of order?
Yes,
sure.
I do have to, and yes, Mr.
Yeah, this is not relevant to the question of privilege regarding Mr. Baines's non-response.
Well, it is. Yes, it is, because he was cut off. Mr. Baines was cut off in answer to a specific question. Mr. Baines was cut off in answer to a specific question by Mr. Perkins about Ms. Verschuren when he was starting to articulate her long-standing record of public service and contribution, including the fact she was appointed by not only Harper, but by Flaherty. And so, yes, her record, that answer is relevant because he was cut off in the course of answering it. And to be of assistance, I mean, and I'm almost done, Garnett, I'm almost done. In 2010, she was appointed co-chair of the 2012 Governor General's Leadership Conference, Canada's premier leadership training event, and she was honored by the Canadian Business Hall of Fame in 2019. So cast criminal aspersions as you like, but definitely do it with parliamentary privilege at your back, because it's defamatory outside of the House of Commons, because there is no criminal conduct here on behalf of Ms. Verschuren, and a long-standing record of contribution to Canada. And keep in mind here that, yes, I'll be the first to criticize the conduct of STDC in relation to its conflicts mass. I'll be the first to criticize the fact that they were following incredibly bad legal advice. I'll be the first to criticize ethics violations where, yes, of course, a recusal should have been necessary instead of an abstention. Of course, they should not have bundled approval where they were considering past conflicts as sufficient, and they should have declared continued conflicts. Of course, that is the case. And that is why major action has been taken to clean up that mess. But to suggest criminal conduct and then to cut off former Minister Baines when he's in the midst of answering a question about her character, and then to further claim that your privilege has been violated because questions weren't answered, answers that you had previously cut off, I mean, it is laughable. And we can invite Mr. Baines back, because my understanding was his testimony wasn't over. So I'll be voting against a privilege motion because this sets a terrible precedent. If this is a violation of privilege, any witness that comes and doesn't give us an answer we like ends up being a violation of privilege. And a violation of privilege is something we should take very, very seriously. And we should not lower the standard in a laughable partisan way. And the second thing I will say is, I will guarantee you, if we report this back to the House, it will be dismissed by the Speaker, because it is impossible to think that on such a low standard that would apply to so many witnesses that we've seen come to this committee and many other committees where we get an answer we don't like. Do not recall. You might not like that answer, but that's an answer, Mr. Perkins, and you might not like it, but it's certainly not going to be found to be a prima facie violation and breach of privilege.
Thank you. Suivant, c'est M. Drouin, s'il vous plaît.
Next, Mr. Drouin. Mr. Chair. Thank you once again. I'm looking closely at what's happening with this question of privilege, or the motion that was presented by my dear colleague, Mr. Perkins. At the same time, if I look at what happened on the other side, all of the parties on the other side of the House, there are a number of members who used funds to go to conventions and said, yes, I went to caucus, but I used public funds to go to conventions. Whether it's the Bloc, the NDP, or the Conservatives, they're all the same. We put an end to that practice in 2014. when we talk about transparency, when I hear my colleagues on the other side of the House talk about transparency and ensuring money is spent properly, excuse me, I'll get back to the issue.
And since I'll remind you that your entire caucus visited my riding in St. Andrews just 2 short years ago. So,
Mr. Chair, that's
but
quite
I would ask you
inappropriate.
to stick to the relevance,
Here in
please.
Ottawa, how was the...
Et vous avez
And you are entirely correct. We visited your riding, but it was a caucus, not a political convention, and that's the difference. And you haven't understood it well. You want to take power, you want to govern, but you don't even understand the rules of the House, Mr. Chair. I have a problem with that. And the other side, it's the same, Mr. Drain. It's not for you to talk about relevancy.
That is my job, to keep members on relevance to the motion.
justement, vous êtes sur une...
You are on a pedestal. You're talking about having transparency. It's important for witnesses to appear before our committee. It's important to advocate for doing things properly, for spending money properly, taxpayer money. And you are in opposition, and you're not even able to spend public money where we have rules in the House. And here you are accusing us. Of course, at SDTC, there are people who made mistakes. But from there to... Listen, Mr. Baines came here. I wouldn't even be surprised if Mr. Baines came here and we asked the question, who consulted you, Mr. Baines, about coming before our committee? Was it your aunt? Was it your uncle? Now we'll invite everyone's aunt and uncle here. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense anymore, Mr. Chair. It needs to stop. The Auditor General produced a report. There was a report from Raymond Chabot. They produced an excellent report. There's another report from McCarthy Tétrault. There are 3. When will it stop? And the proof is that it's not even related. The proof is that even the leader of the official opposition, Pierre Poilievre, has false petitions inviting people to sign here. But what I've noticed is that it's not even sign here. It redirects people to a partisan website from the Conservative Party. So there's no relation with what's happening here. And now there's blame. My colleague, Mr. Erskine Smith, is totally correct. If this is deemed to be a question of privilege, then any witness who comes here, those who believe in climate change, for example, and those who don't believe in climate change, I'll mention the Bloc and the NDP, they believe in climate change. The other side isn't so sure. But those who appear here, well, if we question their testimony and say it's a question of privilege, well, it makes no sense. And I'll get back to what Ms. Khalid, Ms. Bradford have said. All of this is in the hope of creating interference and obstruction in Parliament, in the House of Commons. And you already have parliamentary obstruction. You're obstructing on your own motion. It makes no sense. Can we treat this committee, public accounts, with respect? Are we able to focus on issues that are really what Canadians and Quebecers want us to look at? For example, cybercrime. The Auditor General produced a report on that. But because we're doing investigations into investigations into investigations, we're not looking at other issues that are much more important for seniors. The Bloc Québécois advocates for seniors in the House day after day. Are they telling me that the seniors are not important at this committee? Are they saying we shouldn't look at the Auditor General's report on cybercrime, which we know that people who are victims are mainly seniors? No. We'll do other investigations into investigations. We'll say that the witnesses who appear here are no longer credible. It makes no sense, Mr. Chair. And I would invite my colleagues, in all transparency, my colleagues from the Conservative Party to reveal how much they've fundraised on this issue, because I'm sure apparently it's not enough because they want to keep talking about this, but they don't want to talk about other issues that are more important for Canadians and Quebecers. And I think I've already mentioned an example that's important. But I'll come back to Mr. Erskine Smith's point on the issue of precedent that we are creating. Mr. Erskine Smith, I'm looking at you on the screen. Your child is there. Great. Yes, well, I'll say ah. But the question that's important is if we don't agree with what a witness tells us at committee, will we raise our hands and say it's a question of privilege? I see that the opposition parties are not interested in working to advance important issues for Canadians. Some will take partisan reasons. They want to collect more names. Give me your name, give me your address, give me your phone number. And yes, we'll work on your issue. And what are the other parties doing? Well, they're complicit. Pierre Poilievre, Yves-François Blanchette, and Jagmeet Singh have a coalition. They're all guilty of working together. And I'm sure that Pierre Poilievre is extremely, well, he must be so popular in Quebec. I'm sure the Bloc is proud of defending him. But they're following the Conservative line, and I don't understand why. And the NDP is in the same boat, following the Conservative Party line, and I don't understand why. So I don't know what type of coalition is happening on the other side of the House, but it would seem that there's a new coalition, Pierre Poilievre, the Bloc Québécois, and the NDP. Mr. Perkins can say what he wants, but there was no problem when he was appointed by a Conservative to a board of directors. Inaudible. But Liberals were not appointed. We know, Mr. Perkins, you are best friends. You gave, like the CEO of the board of directors, you're in the same boat. You didn't give $1, $2, $3. You gave $1,600 to a candidate for your leadership. You're guilty. You're in the same boat. And now you're trying to smear us with that, and I don't agree with that. The minister, the new minister, François-Philippe Champagne, has nothing to do with this. Mr. Baines has nothing to do with this, and you know that full well.
Point of order, Mr. Perkins.
9 Liberal directors have been...
Mr. Perkins, no, Mr. Perkins.
He made a reference. That member made a reference to me.
That does not give you the right
as
of
doing
reply.
the same thing of what Liberal appointees done. Liberal appointees have stolen $400 million.
Mr. Perkins, that does not give you the right of reply on the spot. If you would like to raise your hand, I'll put you down. Mr. Drouin, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that people are passionate, even near 7 p.m. Who stole money? Well, if there are people who stole money, well, let's let the RCMP do their job. Let's let the RCMP investigate, do their own investigation. Let's let the RCMP, if there were people who are guilty, put them before a judge and put them in prison. I have no problem with that. My problem is that there's these fishing expeditions with Mr. Baines, with Minister Champagne. They are not looking at this level of detail. They work much higher. That's my problem. The opposition heard loud and clear. There were questions, even this week, to the board of directors about things that didn't happen. Yes, what are you going to do? Well, can we let the board of directors see the report before making a decision? That would be the most rational thing to do. But no, that's not what's being done. There are accusations, reputations are being smeared that have nothing to do with this. To have more names in their database for the Conservative Party, to be able to raise even more funds. And we heard this.
Point of order.
Point of order.
As much as I'm thrilled to be sitting in committee at 6:52, listening to this wonderful tale told by my colleague, he's repeated himself numerous times, Chair, and you know the rules, and he knows the rules with respect to original thought. He's running out the clock, repeating the same talking lines.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Brock. So, Mr. Durney, you do have the floor. I ask you to remain relevant and to come up with new ideas. Over to you, please.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup et je sens.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. It seems that my colleagues don't like the fact that we are highlighting everything that was revealed at committee. Oh, we see reinforcements. Mr. McCauley has arrived to committee. Welcome. We have 2, 4, 6, 7 members of the Conservative Party. It takes a lot of heads from the Conservative Party to fight the Liberals. That's okay. We appreciate that. How's the interpretation, Mr. McCauley?
Oui. Ben, c'est justement le non-sens.
So, what doesn't make sense is how many meetings are we going to have? 8 meetings so far. Indu met a number of times. The same people who were asking questions were there at the other committee, and here they are again. And the same questions were asked as at Indu in June. There's never been a question of privilege on what Mr. Baines has said, and then, whoops, all of a sudden, there's no answer. Maybe he said the truth, maybe he didn't. We don't like this. Quite frankly, Mr. Chair, you're taking me for a fool, and I don't accept that. I don't accept that. I'm referring to myself. Well, I'm referring to myself.
If you insist, you have the floor.
There is. I didn't treat anybody of you. I treated myself. So you know.
Si vous insistez, allez-y.
I didn't insult anybody but me.
But the fact is, we're questioning the whether or not Mr. Baines' testimony was satisfactory to questions that the opposition was asking, and he perhaps didn't know the answers. I mean, I would love to question everybody on testimony what happened 8 years ago, and that is not a question of privilege. I'm sorry, but that is not a question of privilege. And from time and time again, we have heard from different testimony that ministers or ministers' offices were not involved in the day-to-day operations of SDTC. We have heard from time to time and time again, and they're still not believing that. Alors, je pose la question.
So I'm asking the question, so how much time do we want to spend here to keep playing these games? We're going in circle here. Like as a committee, we're going in circle, and I've been here for 5 committee meetings, and no MPs from the opposition has taught me anything new. I mean, things we didn't know already. So for me, Mr. Chair, when...
It was a quick line. Mr. Durney, you have the floor.
Is I repetition or the opposition repetition? Or you can call me out, Rick. You're giving me a break anyway. So, but more seriously, when we're questioning whether or not a witness who has already appeared and been questioned by the same member at a previous committee in June, whether or not this is a question of privilege, it has absolutely nothing to do with SDTC, but everything to do with what is happening in the House. They don't want to come to work. We know. They want to go into an election right away. They've all told us. So they're not interested in getting to the bottom of this. So any motion of production of papers that they put forth is not serious. I haven't said that word, by the way. But it's not serious because they want to go into an election tomorrow morning. They probably have their campaign office already rented, their campaign signs. Haven't said that, by the way. That's not reputation. Right? So I'm just saying I'm questioning the seriousness of them to actually get to the bottom of this. And it's shameful that we're We're asking a member who've already appeared before committee and testified.
Now, Mr.
to come
Duran,
back.
you are, this is now getting.
Well, I put a new adjective to it,
Yeah,
Mr.
but
Chair.
that's, you are getting repetitive, so.
I will conclude on that. Monsieur le Président, je vais.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I'm going to conclude on this. I was really expecting that the Conservative Party would play those political games. What I wasn't expecting is that the party of Jagmeet Singh or the Bloc Québécois would align with the Conservatives, and I'm sure that in Quebec, people who are, aligning themselves with Pierre Poilievre, they have no respect because Pierre Poilievre does not reflect the value of francophones, whether they are in Quebec or anywhere else in Canada.
Pierre Poilievre has no interest in what has happened in CBC, and what interests him is that funds are collected, more petitions are collected to have more names in their database. On that note, Chair, I am going to conclude my remarks. Thank you. Thank you. You were really under the line here.
Have a 5-minute health recess, and we'll come back, and Ms. Khalid will have the floor. So just a 5-minute recess for everyone. Meeting is suspended. Miss Khalid is not here, so I'm just going to move her down one. Mr. Genuis, you have the floor for your I'm reading thing. We're back in the session. Miss Khalid is not here. I will come back to her. Mr. Genuis, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to very briefly observe that we are clearly in the middle of a Liberal filibuster. The Liberals are filibustering to prevent accountability. Liberals claim to be confident that the Speaker would not consider this a matter of privilege. If that is the case, why are they filibustering? Why are they filibustering if they're confident that the Speaker wouldn't rule in their favor anyways? Let this go to a vote. The Liberals can vote against it. We'll vote in favor of it. And the chips will fall where they may. The fact that the Liberals are filibustering suggests that they're not confident in the outcome at this committee, and they're not confident in the outcome in the House. If they are confident, then let it go to a vote, stop the filibuster, and let's get some accountability. But Liberals are filibustering to try to prevent this privilege motion involving former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains from going to a vote.
Thank you very much. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'll just start by saying I've seen the Conservatives filibuster their own privilege motions in the House and committees, and so no, this is not a precedent. I love that Mr. Genuis brings so much to contribute to this committee, but I would like for clarification through you, Chair, to the clerk, which Conservative members are actually subbed in on this committee, because we have 7 of them here in the room, and I just want to know which ones are actually here.
If the permanent members are at the table, the permanent members vote. That's the rules. It's as simple as that.
Would you like to do the clerk's job for her?
Yeah, okay.
Didn't ask you.
All right. So we appear to have Mr. McCauley. Mr. Nader, pardon me, and Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCauley, Mr. Nader, and Mr. Cooper.
Can all sit at the table.
Which is fair, but it goes against exactly what Mr. Nader quite wholeheartedly tried to mansplain to me, is, who is at the table and who is not at the table. Don't appreciate it, but I do appreciate that the clerk clarified. Please don't heckle me. You're not at the table, buddy.
Mr. Genuis.
Walk away.
Mr. Genuis. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor. The floor is yours, Ms. Khalid.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. I'll let the chatter in the room just kind of die down a little bit before I continue. That's okay with you, just because I think that what I have to say will probably want to be heard by members.
Khalid has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, no, I think... No, please, get the heckles out. I have a really prolonged comment to make, so please, get your heckles out. We're good? Okay. Chair, as this motion of privilege has been called, I sat here and I reviewed committee after committee after committee, not just on the SDTC issue, but on generally all committees and all questions and all studies that have been put forward. And there is one common denominator in the way that questions get put from the Conservative benches to witnesses. Question after question after question, it is unfortunate to see, and I know that I get called out on calling so many points of order on the way that the Conservatives treat witnesses, but we see time and time and time again and I can go through the transcripts and relay to you what they are. But the way that questions are posed to witnesses, whether they're friendly to the Conservatives, whether they're not friendly to the Conservatives, the way that questions get posed, they're not welcoming an answer.
Khalid has the floor.
No, happy to let the chatter die down. That's fine. Respectfully, Chair, they're all the way in the back of the room, and I can hear exactly what they're saying over here. And they're from your whip's office, and I don't think that I should be hearing what they've got to say.
Well, I couldn't hear anything except a mild murmur. Ms. Clay, this is a committee room. It's not a library. You have the floor. It is relatively quiet in here.
Thank you,
I just
Chair.
don't want to hear what if they're eating pepperoni or all dressed.
So, Chair, as I was saying, transcript after transcript of committee meetings have shown that Conservatives don't want to hear the answers. They want to ask the questions. They want to get their clips and move on, but not let the matter move on, but to move on to where their next objective is. You know, my dad says this one thing. He's like, Ikra, don't be somebody who wants to be someone. Be somebody who wants to do something. And the way that the Conservatives are behaving with this bogus privilege motion shows me that they are very much in the business of wanting to be something rather than doing something good for Canadians. I've seen time and time again how questions are posed to witnesses in this committee without giving them the opportunity to answer the questions, without giving them the opportunity to clarify. You know, it's been said here before, this is not a courtroom. This is a place for, hopefully, distinguished educational conversation. And the fact that we don't have that right now is kind of disturbing. But the reality of the matter is that this privilege motion itself has no water to float on because of the nature of the questions that have been asked over these past, okay, I've been on this committee for the past year. And the fact of the matter is the way that questions are posed again and again and again, the way that witnesses are disrespected again and again and again, and the fact that if this was the case, that you know, the member opposite felt that his privilege was violated because nobody was answering his questions, well, he's been on this committee for a very long time. He's been on a lot of committees for a very long time. Then why has he never brought such a motion forward before? Is it because that the witness is a former minister of the Crown? Is it because the Conservatives are looking for dirt or whatever it is that they're looking for? I have no idea, to be honest. But the reality of the matter is this motion was put forward before the Conservatives had all of their time to ask the questions. This motion was put forward while the witness was not able to answer all of the questions, and he kept getting heckled and he kept getting cut off with the questions that he was supposedly supposed to answer with whatever limited time that the Conservatives were going to give him. But as he was trying to answer, Mr. Cooper, he would get cut off after the first couple of words that he was trying to get out of his mouth. And that is unfortunate. Because when we invite witnesses to this committee, we invite them, hopefully, with the intent that we're going to learn something from them. Not to interrogate them, not to humiliate them, and not to then call bogus privilege motions based on political need. And it is a political need right now from the Conservatives. Just grasping at straws, anything and everything, whatever can stick. It's really unfortunate. And, quite frankly, I don't think that the other opposition parties have done this debate any favors either. Again, as I was reading through the transcripts, I see that the member from the NDP has literally like a page-long question. A page-long question. I mean, you don't get a lot of time to ask your questions. Obviously, you want to hear what people have to say rather than, indulging our witnesses with soliloquies. But that is exactly what has happened. That is exactly what I see from our transcripts. Long, elongated paragraphs, broad statements, and just really trying to virtue signal all of it. And then when it comes time for the witness to answer a question, what happens? Oh, no, you didn't answer my question. Well, buddy, give me some time to answer the question. How about that?
How about that?
How about that? It is really unfortunate that these democratic institutions, these parliamentary committees have come to this. And this is, I think, a very, very low point for us as Public Accounts Committee members. I remember when I first started on this committee, we were able to work together, we were able to collaborate, and we were able to find good resolutions to the issues that were at hand. And we did that cordially, we did that respectfully, and yet here I sit a year later with a privilege motion of a witness being accused of not answering the question, and for somehow that has led to the privilege of Mr. Perkins being violated in the House and in this committee. Can you imagine, Chair, what privilege means? What privilege means to democratic institutions? Canada is lucky to have the privilege, don't heckle me, Mr. Cooper, Canada is privileged to have the ability to call privilege, to have democratic institutions that make sure that all Canadians have the rights that are enshrined within our Constitution, within our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And yet here we are calling privilege because a member felt that he didn't get a proper answer to his question. And what are we doing here? We're wasting government resources, taking time away from important issues, important Auditor General reports that we should be reviewing, and we're discussing this bogus privilege motion. And what is the privilege? What exactly is the privilege? It is, oh, I didn't get the answer that I wanted from a witness who was called before this committee on another bogus motion. That witness should never have been here in the first place. What does he have to do with how we're going forward with SDTC? It makes no sense other than the fact that the Conservatives are holding up the work of this committee, that the Conservatives are holding up the work in the House of Commons. Don't heckle me, Mr. Cooper. I am making a point here. Don't do it. Just don't. Not today. That the Conservatives are holding up everything to be somebody rather than to do something. And what's worse is that the Bloc and the NDP are propping them up to do that. And I think that's even worse. Because at the very least, Chair, at least the Conservatives are honest about what they want to do. At least they're honest that they want to delay government work, that they don't want any work to happen within this committee, that they don't want any semblance of functionality within our democratic institutions. What is terrible is that the Bloc and the NDP prop them up. And this motion is blatantly, obviously, a jamming tactic to delay and to just stop the function of all of the work that we were able to do within our committees. It is deplorable that we are not able to get to the work that we should be doing on this committee. It is deplorable that the Conservatives think that it is their privilege to be able to stop the work that we have spent hundreds of years of building within our democratic institutions, and to set precedents that we should not be setting, all because they want to be somebody. Can you imagine? So, Chair, I do not agree with the premise of this motion at all. I do not agree that witnesses who don't provide the answers that the opposition is looking for leads to a violation of the privilege of a member. I do not believe in the genuineness of this motion. As I have outlined, this motion was drafted way before it was presented, way before the Conservatives had even finished asking their questions. So this is all a ploy, and I refuse to buy into this ploy, and I will continue to stand up for the democratic values of our parliament, and Mr. Cooper can snicker at it, as he has been doing all evening. But unlike him, democratic values mean something to me. And unlike him, the work that we do in this committee means something to me. And I will continue to stand up for the work that we do. And I will continue to ensure that that work is protected and that the sanctity of this place is maintained, regardless of who wants to be somebody as opposed to do something for Canadians. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Up next, I have Mr. Brock, please.
Yeah, I'm relinquishing my time.
Yeah, Mr. Brock relinquishes his time. Ms. Yip, you have the floor.
So, once again, we are taking up valuable committee time when we could be studying the Auditor General's reports.
So, Ms. Yip, just a reminder, you are not permitted to read notes at this time. You need to.
That's fine. So, as Ms. Bradford has mentioned in her, as she's mentioned, thousands of dollars have already been spent, and really for what? We've already it's already been determined.
Chair, she continues to read from her prepared notes.
Point of order, Chair, just on that same point of order.
All right, just, yes, Ms. Khalid.
Not everybody is as eloquent as Mr. Brock is, and if people need notes to rely on to speak to the issue at hand, then I think that she should be absolutely in her right to be able to read notes.
Just one second. Just one sec, please. So Ms. Yip, you're permitted to refer to notes. You just cannot be reading. Okay. Thank you. All right. I appreciate it. All right.
My own notes. They're
It
not,
doesn't. It's all right.
you know, like.
You can
I'm
refer to
not-
notes. You just cannot read, whether
I've
they're written by
heard
you or someone
others
else.
read whole
You have
paragraphs, right?
you have the floor, Ms. Yip.
Mr. Chair, just on that point of order, just to the standing order in the House, as you know, is we are not able to refer to any notes. That is the particular standing order, but the practice has completely changed, and I would expect that it is the same thing in committees. The practice has completely changed. I understand the ruling, the standing order in the House is no reference to any notes, but that practice has completely changed over the last 40 years.
Thank you, Ms. Yip.
As I said, you know, so much committee time has been wasted, so much hours have gone on the same thing, and yet the Conservatives have not been able to determine that a minister has been involved. So why do we continue with this? Maybe the Conservatives don't care about the issues that Canadians, that matter to Canadians. And after all, the Auditor General selects topics that are of concern to Canadians in her selection of the reports that she presents. And the Conservatives seem more interested in posturing for social media rather than going back to issues that matter to Canadians. So we did have consensus at one point to study reports like cybercrime, like professional services, contracts, and I thought this is good, but that was short-lived, the consensus, because we never went through with studying those reports, and instead what we've done is done over 25 studies of ArriveCan and now 9 studies on SDTC. So we really need to return to what our original mandate of public accounts is, which is studying the reports of the Auditor General and not taking up time and second-guessing the Auditor General. We should be able to trust in her reports and not have the Auditor General feel compelled to write a letter asserting her independence and
Go ahead, Ms.
and proves that this committee, like some of Mr. Perkins' comments, have gone too far. So some of the reports that we could have been studying also include contaminated sites in the north, looking at the Board of Directors of Canada Lands Company, or the greening of building materials and public infrastructure. So these are all important reports that need to be studied, and I hope that we would return back before the year is ended, so that we would actually have something to show. In fact, we have not even finished our draft reports, and they've been waiting since January of this year, like the GBA Plus report. And I hope that we would be able to focus on what really matters to Canadians instead of going on witch hunts. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Yip.
Thank you, Ms. Yip. Mr. Erskine Smith, you're next on the list. You have the floor.
Thanks. Yeah, so I understand obviously the Conservatives, they brought this motion, they're going to support this motion. They're bought into the sort of partisan procedural games of all this. That is what it is. That's the environment we live in. And I understand Natalie from the Block was quite frustrated. Her questions seem reasonable as far as it goes with respect to Ms. Batul. Fair line of inquiry, and she was frustrated with it. I think it's still premature, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to buy into this motion as a result of that frustration, but I at least understand it. In terms of both Natalie and Blake, given they're not sort of bought into the partisan games of all this, though. So, I mean, my comments are mostly to both of you. This, I'm not opposed to the idea that we have a former Liberal minister, and if he's incredibly evasive, if he just stalls, if he refuses to answer questions, and it rises to a level of impropriety that we report back to the House. Like, I'm not opposed to that in principle, but that's not where we are at. And what we saw here, and look, I reviewed the testimony of Mr. Baines at the Industry Committee, and Mr. Perkins already knew what the answer was going to be. It was, I don't recall. I don't recall the conversation in relation to Ms. Verschuren, and he mentioned that there were over 100 GIC appointments in his time, and he didn't recall how the conversation went in terms of how Ms. Verschuren went, and he pointed to the fact that there is this independent process via the Privy Council that gives them a short list. And so he knew what the answer was going to be, and the answer was frankly the same. And whether Mr. Perkins thinks a sufficient answer or not is beside the point. The threshold here that we ought to be dealing with when it relates to a matter of privileges was a member's privilege breached by virtue of the fact that, like with Mr. Firth, there was a complete and total refusal to engage. There was a complete and total refusal such that he was called to the bar and forced to answer questions, and only then was he properly forthcoming with answers. This is not of the same kind, and this is not even close to a like-minded case. This is more akin to an abusive process in keeping with silly partisan games. And to Garnett's question, why not just send this to the House because it's going to get dismissed by the Speaker? Well, it's going to get dismissed by the Speaker, and so Blake, you might be sitting there thinking, all right, that seems reasonable. We'll kick it over to the House and just have at it. And my challenge with that is what we already see happening in the House. And we see privilege motions being abused to stall, delay, and undermine the ordinary workings of the House. And typically, look, if I knew for certain that what we would see here is Mr. Perkins stand up, speak for 20 to 30 minutes on this motion in the House, and the Speaker would then take it back for consideration, and what I know will happen is he will then turn it down because there's not a prima facie case. If I knew that this was limited to wasting 20, 30 minutes of House time, I wouldn't be so opposed to the idea of kicking it to a vote right now. But why is it actually a problem right now? Because what we see in the House is we see privilege motions that are being abused to not have a 20, 30-minute debate and then kick it over to the Speaker, but we see repeated amendments. We see repeated duplicative interventions in order to simply waste House time. And no, I do not think that we should take a matter that does not rise to a prima facie case, that we should deem it to be that on the basis of partisanship, and then kick it over to the House so that Conservatives can waste additional House time and delay and stall and undermine the ordinary workings of the House. And so my appeal to my colleague, especially from the NDP, but my colleague from the Bloc as well, Mr. Baines can come back. In fact, that was the basis of the opening to all this, that the chair said, we've got him for an hour. He said he was tight on time, and there's an understanding that he might be called back. We heard that very same thing when he concluded, when he was excused. I fundamentally don't understand why we would entertain a privilege motion, which should be a very high bar. And this is not even close to meeting that bar. This is going to be dismissed by the Speaker. But to get there, we are going to waste endless hours and days, not only of our time here at this committee, obviously, as we are, but of House time, of valuable House time. And that can't possibly be what we came to Ottawa to do. And so my appeal is to, let's have Minister Baines back, former Minister Baines back, and let him answer the questions. You've got a number of other opportunities to ask questions. Don't buy into this premature privilege motion, and let's not waste not only our time further on this, but let's not waste valuable House time on a motion that isn't even close to meeting the standard of a breach of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Erskine-Smith. Up next is Ms. Khalid. You have the floor, please.
Chair, I know that Monsieur Drouin had some points to make, so I'll let him go first as I review my notes and testimony, and I'd like to come back to him after Mr. Drouin.
Will do. Mr. Drouin, you have the floor, please. About to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad to be speaking against again and against this particular motion, and I think we have to set the frame as to why we're particularly dealing with this, and I want to refer back. I want to inform the committee in case they didn't see the letter, but I would assume. I know I wasn't a member of this committee at the time, but I would like to refer to them the letter dated July 26, 2024, and I'm assuming that members were.
I just want to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just a reminder. I've just received a note. If you're no photos when the committee is in session, please. Back to you, please, Mr. Drouin.
Who's taking photos, Chair?
Thank you.
I actually don't know, Mr. Drouin. You have the floor. It's just a general reminder.
If somebody's taking pictures, just let me know so I can smile.
I do not know. I just it was.
Is there somebody that you can point to in the room?
I don't know. So, Mr. Drouin, you have the floor.
Something prompted you to say that, Chair.
Yes, a note. Mr. Drouin, you have the floor.
Okay. So, just again, if somebody's taking pictures and we're not allowed, let me know. I do want to smile. I don't want to look inappropriate. S'il vous plaît. Okay, so I want to set the frame. I do want to. Thank you, Mr. Brock. I do want to refer the committee, which those members who were here back in July would obviously have seen this particular letter, and it refers back to why Mr. Baines was here, but it's also the rationale as to why we should be careful in using our parliamentary privilege to undertake certain investigations when we know for a fact that the Commissioner, Mike Duhem, wrote to this committee, and I just want to, I want to read it into the record, but I will point to a specific paragraph in this, which I think is important. So, Mr. Michel Bédard, who obviously is the law clerk in Parliamentary Council, on July 25th, Mike Duhem, the Commissioner of the RCMP, wrote to this committee, I am writing to you in regard to the opposition motion that was passed in the House on June 10th,
Sorry, Mr. Drouin, can I ask you maybe to first explain the relevance of the letter? I allowed the auditor's letter to be read in as a courtesy, but I did feel at the time it was addressing the motion Ms. Khalid had put forward today, not the motion Mr. Perkins. So if you could, I'm afraid Mr. Drouin has the floor. So Mr. Drouin, if you could just explain the relevance, please, first.
Sure, absolutely. If you let me finish the paragraph, the House on June 10th, 2024, which requires the production of documents from the government, the Auditor General, and Sustainable Development Technology Canada. We are talking about SDTC at this committee, are we not?
Point of order.
See, but that we're talking about the motion that Mr. Perkins has put forward. Again,
Right.
I'm allowing you to take us down, but I'd like to have relevance of the letter before you read it. And that,
Mr. Chair, it is relevant.
But first, I want to hear Mr. Perkins' point of order.
This is not about the generalities of the point. My motion is not about the generalities of SDTC. My motion is not about the production of documents in the House.
So Mr.
My
Perkins
motion is about the privilege
seems to
of
be
Mr.
sustaining
Baines'
my
testimony.
ruling, which is not
so I'd
his
ask
job.
that the members keep their comments.
Yes,
to
Mr.
Baines'
Perkins,
testimony.
that is what I am attempting to do. Yes, Ms. Khalid, on a point of order, I believe.
Yes, on that exact same point of order, I think that you give a lot of leverage to members on this committee to get to the point that they need to make. and I think that Monsieur Drouin was getting to a point, and I think that it is fair for him to read into record what happens or what and how witnesses respond when they get called and hauled in before committees, and when there is a disregard for separation of powers within our parliament. I think
So
it is absolutely
Ms.
fair.
Kelly, this is no longer a point of order. It sounds like you're trying to speak for
I'm
your
not
colleague,
speaking
Mr.
for him,
Mr.
Chair.
Durant.
I'm just trying to say
Yes.
that as this
Ms. Kelly,
bogus
please stop.
motion
I
has
had,
been put
Mr.
before
I had not
us,
cut off Mr. Durant, so you're arguing with yourself.
I'm
Mr.
arguing
Durant,
with
Miss-
you, Chair,
Mr.
not
no,
with myself.
I have asked for Mr. Durant to provide this trail. I will correct, since you raised it. Members have huge latitude when it comes to questioning witnesses, but when it comes to debating a motion, we debate the motion at hand. That's all I'm looking to enforce here. Mr. Durant, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, and I think it's important as to why Mr. Baines and why he was invited here. But again, with regards to SDTC, I don't need to read the entire letter into the record, but all I can say is what the commissioner has clearly said is there is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. It has everything to do with the fact that we are trying to get to the bottom of this, and you, sir, are impeding an RCMP, potentially impeding an RCMP investigation.
The chairman is doing no such thing.
And
I
I
would
don't
ask
underst-
you,
and I don't underst-
Mr. And I would ask you direct your comments through the chair. Mr. Perkins, do you have a short and relevant point of order?
No.
Very good. Mr. Durant, you have the floor.
On the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Brock.
I would, I have a great deal of respect for my Liberal colleague, Mr. Drouin, but I would seriously caution Mr. Drouin about the language that he just used to infer criminality with respect to my colleague, Mr. Perkins. I know he appreciates and has parliamentary privilege, but this is dangerous territory, and I warn Mr. Drouin to reflect upon that moving forward.
Point of privilege there, Chair.
Why don't we just leave it, Mr. Durant? I would ask that you just, in this room, with colleagues at work, shoulder to shoulder, to be generous, as you would hope. Live by the golden rule. Yes,
Chair,
Ms. Kelly.
I literally heard Mr. Brock threaten Mr. Drouin, and I don't appreciate that.
I did not hear that.
Point of order, Chair.
The chair will sustain your point before you make it, Mr. Brock. I did not hear that. It was Mr.
With those terms,
Mr.
is
Durant, you have the
definitely
floor,
a
please.
threat.
Listen to what he had
Look
to
at how
say.
you're pointing
Brock.
at him.
Thank you,
Poor
Mr.
guy.
Okay.
Look at how you're pointing at
Listen
him.
to what he had to say.
Why are you doing this?
I will suspend for 2 minutes, which just
Why?
means the time's going to get added to the clock. We shall return in 2 minutes. À la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Drouin, you have the floor.
I want to point out my opposition colleagues had some objectives with objections with certain words that I'm using, but I will point out that a member of this committee has
Just order in the room, please. Yeah. Order in the room, please. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Are they? Yeah. Hey, guys, I don't mind you talking. Just take it outside. It's all good. Cheers. Okay. So, I was just accused of using certain words that might inflate certain reaction, and I just want to inform you, Mr. Chair, that certain words are often used at this committee. For example, Mr. Cooper, who has characterized the conduct of a minister as corrupt. We often hear corrupt, corrupt, corrupt. Well, corruption is a criminal offense, so none of us can determine whether or not someone is corrupt until there is a due process. And that due process, and I will get back to the letter of the commissioner, who has informed us that there is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as circumvention of normal investigative processes.
It's not relevant.
The relevancy of us getting down to this bottom and continuing to ask other witnesses to come before us to testify on SDTC may actually impede the investigation that the RCMP may be doing. Well, relevance, Mr. Perkins, is that you keep...
Okay, no, yeah, sorry, so, Mr. Drouin, I mean, not only is I think that doesn't address the motion, the broader question, you're actually suggesting the committee does not have hearings that this committee passed in motion, many of them with support from all parties. So I suspect that's not what you're saying, but I don't see how that responds to the motion that is before us now on referring this to the House. I think, of course, you're welcome to argue that it's not valid, but this is not an order for a production of documents or about a police investigation. This is about a motion before us that is quite specific, and I would ask you to speak to that, please.
So, Mr. Chair, the point is the very actions that we are doing today may impact that very same investigations that the RCMP has warned us about. That is the whole point. Alors, si la présidence ou...
So, if the chair or the members of the opposition don't understand that, I'll repeat it in French, because I think it's important. It comes back to the very simple fact that the issue of relevancy is this. If the opposition wanted to hear a certain witness and knowing, and I myself wanted to hear what was said. We're not denying that. We're not denying the objective, but the problem is members of the opposition are trying to create a linkage with everything, a connection with a liberal, highly placed.
Testimony. This is rambling about generalities. If you can't speak
on that
to
same
the motion,
point of order,
I think we should move to the next person on the speaking list.
Mr. Perkins, he's in the universe. Yes, Ms. Khalid. Do you have
reality of the matter is?
Anyway, you're on the list, and
on that same point of order, Chair, with respect to relevance, and I'm hoping that you will rule on this. We've been here for a couple of hours over time. There are points that are very valid that Monsieur Drouin is raising.
And I am granting him
But again,
time.
That goes to the whole point of this motion is that what Mr. Perkins thinks is irrelevant.
Okay. No, okay. All right. Mr. Drouin.
Je remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend and colleague, Mr. Perkins, for giving us pauses every 2 or 3 seconds. I hope you can hear and understand what I'm saying. But the testimony of the witnesses was the issue. I know that he didn't question the witness. It comes back down to the fact that the RCMP wrote to us, wrote to you, Mr. Chair, saying very clearly clearly that continuing to try to manipulate testimony at this committee, as was the instance with Mr. Baines and in the past, could have an impact on their investigation. So I put this question to my colleagues. Are they serious or not? 2 or 3 weeks ago, they wanted to go into an election. I know that they're not serious. Mr. Baines came here of his own goodwill. He's a private citizen. He has no link with SDTC other than having been the minister who signed the agreement, the contribution agreement, but he was not involved in the day-to-day decisions that were made. But they refused to listen to that. And when questions were asked, and on many instances, not just here, in other committees, suddenly was it because the opposition wanted a summer break right away? But there was no testimony that was raised, no evidence that was laid that Mr. Baines, and given all those interruptions by the members of the opposition, it wasn't a thought to be the moment to raise this question of privilege at that time. My colleague, Ms. Khalid, indicated very clearly that has nothing to do with the question of privilege. It is just intended to give the official opposition another chance to ensure that nothing is going to work in the House. And so, Mr. Chair, I don't know, but in September 21, I was elected to come here to work, not to filibuster. I was elected to represent my citizens and my electorate. I looked at the report of the Auditor General with you, and now it seems they are questioning whether or not the witness should be heard or not. That is not a question of privilege. I find it totally aberrant. I will give the reason why the official opposition, rather, I will say that they were right, the official opposition, in bringing Mr. Baines before the committee. They were right. But all the members of the committee know full well that this letter from the RCMP means that there could be a very significant impact on their investigation. Yes, listen, as to whether or not Mr. Baines should be heard, well, he agreed to come, and the opposition decided to interrupt him. The same thing occurred in June. The commissioner said here at the committee you could have a very potential impact on our investigation. In his letter, look, we're not nuts here. Just wake up. Wake up. Wake up to the reality. In Quebec, that's the way you say it. We're not a banana republic here. We're treating our institutions like a banana republic. We're not taking into account that will have an impact on a police investigation. Not considering the impact, and I, for one, certainly do not accept that. I know Mr. Perkins doesn't like to hear the truth, but at some point, open your ears, listen to what the RCMP is saying, what we are saying, and maybe that might sink in between your two ears, because potentially that could have an impact on their investigation. The opposition has been complaining for months and for
is debating what's going on in the House, not my motion here. I would ask that you keep him to the point of privilege before us.
I'm getting there. I mean, Mr. Duran, you are beginning to repeat yourself not only from this round but also your previous round as well. I'll remind you as well that letter, well, let's talk about that letter quickly. That letter
Mr.
responds
Chair, I don't think
to-
it's up to you to defend
No, no.
what the letter is or not.
No,
With respect
it is on relevance, and the letter which we've all seen is about production of documents. So back to you, Mr. Durian.
On SDTC. It's absolutely relevant to what we are
Mr.
doing
Chair?
here, Mr. Chair. It is absolutely relevant to what we are doing here. The fact that we are questioning the testimony of a witness who was previously questioned by the same Mr. Perkins. I guess maybe it's the other Perkins. I don't know. Maybe it's the other Rick Perkins from the Indu Committee. But it's the same person. I have the testimony. And in fact, I'm going to read it into the record because I think it's important that we are made aware of what Mr. Perkins asked. Because you'll see, it's the same questions.
No, actually, that actually is not an order. Each committee is independent, and the business that happens in one. Hold on, the business that happens in one committee can be picked up by another. But we're under no. We're completely independent here, and what happens in another hall has no bearing on the work of this committee. If members choose to go in a certain direction, Ms. Khalid, you have a point of order.
I absolutely disagree with you, Chair. I think that what happens in other committees, especially when there's so much redundancy of the work that is being done on multiple committees,
Ms.
absolutely
Khalid,
has
that
bearing.
is your opinion,
Everything
but
is on Hansard. It is on the record. We are able to work between committees. We're able to share information between committees. Everything gets reported to the House of Commons, and we vote on things in the House of Commons. Of course, all of our committees are interconnected and have relevancy.
This is not a point of on top of that, your voting record does not reflect what you just said. You voted for this committee to go in this direction. Mr. Durian, you have the floor.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Just for clarification, Chair, because I agree, as a matter of redundancy, it doesn't make sense to refer to another committee proceeding it, because we are masters of our own committee. I completely hear what you're saying. But on the core question of whether it's appropriate to bring a privilege motion where a witness hasn't fully answered a question or hasn't answered a question to our satisfaction, every single parliamentary transcript, because my argument is certainly that this is a terrible precedent and any number of witnesses could be accused of breaching our privilege because we don't like the answer to their question. Every single parliamentary transcript of a committee is relevant for that reason if we're pointing to other answers that we might deem inadequate or we don't the member asking the question doesn't happen to like.
No, we're dealing with testimony that happened in this committee.
No, Chair. It's a question of relevancy. If our argument, my argument certainly is that this is a terrible precedent to set. Okay, and on the basis of that, every other parliamentary transcript where I can point to an answer that I don't like or I think is insufficient or the member asking the question deems to be insufficient for some reason is relevant to the core question of this being a bad precedent to set.
Well, if I allowed, it's just going to reinforce, according to Mr. Durian, that Mr. Perkins has actually given the witness opportunity twice now to answer the questions, and he has not, perhaps making his motion even more
you'll hear him answer the
more relevant.
Or you'll hear him answer the question
Point
if
of order,
I don't
Mr.
recall,
Chair. This is
as
a
he did
point of
multiple
debate.
times.
It's not a point of order.
Mr. Erskine, you're down to speak in three slots. Mr. Durian, you have the floor again, please.
The point is, we have the same questioner who asked the same witness at another committee, and it is relevant to this committee because that same witness called him. He mentioned the word amnesia multiple times in referring to that particular witness.
You recognize, you are making his point that the witness has been given multiple opportunities to answer these questions, has not done so to parliamentarians, and is therefore subject to this motion. So you are making his point that the witness keeps flouting these parliamentary committees, not one but two now. The floor is yours.
Accusations. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to have a debate with you.
Witnesses can clear
but
the air by answering the
I thought I was having a debate with
questions.
the opposition. If you want to let go your chair, join Mr. Cooper
No,
or
I've made a
Madame
ruling.
St. Clair Degagné. We'll be in your chair, and we can both argue over here.
I've made a ruling that reading in the testimony from another committee is out of order. You have the floor
I'm sorry,
to
pardon?
debate this.
Reading evidence no matter where it comes from, is out of order in this committee?
I didn't say that. I
No,
said
no.
I said what you're referencing right now
Well, why is it out of order?
because it's redundant and
It's
you're
not
reading.
redundant. It's the point. He's making the same accusation to the same witness as to the reason why he was here, and he appeared before another committee, asked the same question, and treated him as if he had memory loss. Is that the way we are to treat committee members or witnesses in front of this committee?
Again, don't you see that you're reinforcing his point?
No, absolutely not.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure Mr. Perkins is capable of making his own arguments, but if you want to argue on Mr. Perkins' behalf, I would ask that Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés occupy the chair, and you and I can have this debate here.
Again, you have the floor.
I'm just saying, no, but you keep interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Merci. Alors, sur ce fait-là,
as I was saying,
To filibuster lines and lines, you can refer to notes and you can talk to this committee until you're blue in the face and it's 4 a.m, but you're not going to read from another committee that has nothing to do with this question. And if you insist, I'll move on to the next person on the list, and you can come back later.
well, I won't read into the record. I'll just paraphrase, Mr. Chair. Am I allowed to paraphrase in this committee?
Of course.
Therefore, Mr. Perkins has referred to the previous witness, the motion in question as to not believe as to the reason why we're here right now and debating this particular question of privilege, the fact that Mr. Baines suffers from amnesia. I'm hoping perhaps Mr. Perkins is a doctor. Perhaps he's had medical advice. Perhaps he's providing medical advice to witnesses now. But we can see from the laughter on the other side that there is no seriousness about this particular issue. All they want to do is interrupt the business of this committee and interrupt the business of the House. Well, you know, they'll put it on Russian Rebel News. I'm glad to fundraise for you, Mr. Perkins, but some of us are here to be serious. Et je prends un peu... je vais prendre un peu...
I'll just back up a little bit because I think my colleagues on the other side are...
Just go ahead. I'll just wait for 5 seconds.
Mr. Durian, the floor is yours. Or
I know. I'm just waiting for them
to
stop interrupting. So are they done?
I believe so.
Thank you. Donc, Monsieur le Président.
Chair, I clearly understand that what I am saying is upsetting and angering the official opposition. It's sad, but I sincerely believe that we, at this time, are undertaking something that is a shame. It's a shameful thing for this committee because this committee has always worked on a nonpartisan basis. To question the credibility of a witness, what happened at another committee? We know what happened at another committee, but the same person is being asked questions here. It should not reflect on this committee. That said, I find it very disquieting. I find it disquieting because there's no interest in finding out what really happened with STTC. And what bothers me is that the Bloc and the NDP are joining in a coalition with Pierre Poilievre, as was said earlier, as my colleague said earlier, and presented earlier, the fact that there was the Auditor General's report, and then we're not to do anything about it because there's this question of privilege. What a surprise! It's very disappointing. I am disappointed by my colleagues and for my colleagues. But with that, Chair, I will yield the floor because I just want to say that I would have hoped that when Mr. Baines appeared And I've already looked at the transcript and all the testimony that was given at the other committee. Perhaps there might have been a different attitude shown towards this witness the second time around. I would have hoped that there would have been a debate and a conversation between adults, but that's not at all what happened. And I am very disappointed. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Kelly, you kind of yielded your spot. Would you like to speak now?
Chair, I was just wondering who is on the list
I have
currently?
Ms. Khalid, Ms. Bradford, Mr. Erskine-Smith. At least I believe Mr. Erskine-Smith. His hand is down, but yes, he's nodding. And then Mr. Desjardins, Mr. Genuis.
Chair, would it be? I'm sure this is unconventional. Would it be viable for me to yield my time to Mr. Desjardins and then perhaps come back after him?
Spirit of cooperation.
Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues. Wow, I haven't seen such a thing in a long time in this Public Accounts Committee. I think there's a few of us that are original 44th members of our Parliament who are on this committee and remember we were able to do quite a substantial amount of work. Our analysts remember this, our clerk, I'm sure. This has obviously become an impasse and a very serious issue that's present and one I sympathize on both cases. To Mr. Perkins, I understand the very relevant and the frustration you feel deeply with the fact that Mr. Baines has failed to answer questions, whether it's here in Indu, the other committee that was mentioned, or if it's here. I feel that frustration as well. It was very obvious to me that we had a very limited amount of time. That's a concern that I'm sure the Liberals and the Conservatives and the Bloc, we can all agree on, that the limited time obviously frustrates our ability to understand the testimony of Mr. Baines. I do also agree that it's extraordinary to report this to the House. And so there has to be some position where if we are to be adults in the room, if we want to take this issue very seriously, I take it very seriously. I think Canadians do. They want to know that they don't have to suffer through Mr. Duran's continuous conversation and blaming and trying to find every which way to assume someone's character. And I'll forgive him for that, because I'm sure he's obviously frustrated with this as well. Same with Ms. Khalid. I'm sure you're both very frustrated with this circumstance. It's unfortunate, and you're just doing your job. I get it. The Conservatives, I understand. You're just doing your job as well. But we have to find a way to get to a position where we can all agree that Mr. Baines must testify to the questions that are still outstanding. That's the most incredible points that I've heard, I think, the most credible, point I've heard in this very long, exacerbated debate this evening about the privilege. I do think that there's a way we can find accommodation if our colleagues are interested. If we may entertain the idea that we resummon Mr. Baines. We bring him back to this committee, and maybe to the Conservatives' point, because I understand that the trust is largely broken, and I would agree with it. Maybe we can bring him back, and if at that time he doesn't answer the questions, then we refer this under this motion to the House. I think that's a reasonable process, a reasonable step to take, because I certainly couldn't get through all my questions, and that frustrates me. I got one round, I even mentioned it, that I can only get one round of questions in, and I wasn't able to get the substantial answers that I was hoping for. So I want to be able to balance these two obviously important facts that, yes, the Conservatives are right. To my Liberal colleagues, they're right when they're saying that their questions aren't being answered, because my questions aren't answered either. I get that. It's brutal that we can't get to the bottom of what is a real issue of accountability that's present to the Auditor General. I read from the Auditor General's report questions to him that he wouldn't answer. But I also understand what the Liberals are saying. Like 1 hour of a discussion should not end up referring to the House on something to admonish the guy, something that's only been done twice in Canadian history, extraordinary process, because of the fact that there's an election coming up. There's a desire to see polarization. I get that. I'm a politician too. I understand partisanship. But what I don't like is when that partisanship gets so extreme where the truth is going to confiscate everyone. The truth will be gone for everyone here. The opportunity for Canadians to get down to the bottom of this issue, to understand how STDC, Minister Bains, who was minister responsible at that time, how this all would have happened. I think most Canadians believe that politicians are reasonable people if given the opportunity to see each other's points of view. And so I'd really ask my colleagues, if there is a way we can come to a consensus on this, I propose that perhaps Mr. Perkins may want to amend his privilege motion to include an opportunity to invite Mr. Bains back under very serious consequence, that if he fails, as he did today, to give us the answers and the amount of appropriate time that we need as parliamentarians to get down to the bottom of a very serious issue that's present to Canadians. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking about a report from the Auditor General that I'm interested in getting to the bottom of, which is why I've entertained this discussion for as long as I have, because I want to understand deeply the concerns that all of my colleagues have. I've heard, I think, an exhausted list of these concerns. And I think we can all get to what we want here. I want fiscal accountability and transparency, and I want answers that are present to the Auditor General, present to Canadians, and that deserves to happen. But I also don't want to lose sight of the goal here, which is to get to a point where we have the answers in exchange for what would become a very partisan arena, that we would lose all of the opportunity to get that information. And so I'm inclined to suggest that we do a process here where everybody still gets what they need. Mr. Perkins will get what he needs under the circumstance of inviting Mr. Bains back here. If we can invite him back here, Mr. Chair, for 2 hours, a full meeting, like I am disappointed that he only came for 1 hour. I find that to be frustrating and an issue for me. I have at least 6 more questions. And as being an NDP member here, we only get 2 minutes afterwards. So 1 round isn't going to be enough for me. It's not going to be enough for the New Democrats who feel we have a unique perspective on this issue where we take financial accountability seriously regardless who is in government. We need to get system answers on this. Mr. Bains is a subject to this work and this investigation and this study. He should come back. Let's invite him back. And to Mr. Perkins' point, and to my Conservative colleagues' point, and to try to observe their frustration, which I agree with, because it's true. They've asked good questions and they haven't gotten good answers. So I think what we can do here is, if we can come to a unanimous consent, perhaps, to do the work of inviting Mr. Bains back here. We've done this before. You might remember, Mr. Chair, where we've done this before, where we said, and if you don't come at a reasonable time, you spend the amount of time you answer our questions, we will report this to the House and we'll use the powers that we can to get the answers we must. I think that's what Canadians expect. I think Canadians largely want that. They don't want to have to suffer through what the Liberals have been doing here. This large filibuster, blaming everybody, saying, oh, the Bloc Québécois are evil, the New Democrats are evil, you're all evil, like Mr. Durand has suggested, over and over and over and over. So I'd hope that is a reasonable path forward that we can come to, Mr. Chair, and I would seek your better will to see that practice as a convention, that we take the step necessary to invite him back, and if he doesn't, in your letter, a strongly worded letter that suggests that if he doesn't, we will do this. And to my Liberal colleagues, you must agree that if we give you this opportunity to support Mr. Bains coming back to this place, and if he does again fail to give us the answers necessary, it would be incumbent upon you to vote in favor of this breach of privilege motion, because that would be the right thing to do given this opportunity. It's fair, I think it's just, and I think it's a reasonable position for all of us. The alternative, of course, the alternative is that we continue on with the Liberal filibuster and get no answers at all. That doesn't serve anyone other than partisan interests. And so I'd suggest that, Mr. Chair, and I hope that my colleagues can understand where I'm coming from on this and see it as an offer of goodwill.
So why don't I suspend for, I want to see if there's any goodwill on this, and usually that happens, as you know, offline. So I'm going to suspend for about 5 minutes, please, and then we'll come right back here. Okay? This meeting is suspended. I'll bring this meeting back into order, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Desjardins once again. I'll give him a few more seconds. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I really do appreciate your grace and our ability to take the time necessary to come to a position where we can best reflect the desire of Canadians, which is to ensure that Mr. Baines is present to this committee, answers the questions that are presented by all members, including my colleague, Mr. Perkins, who's made a very credible point of privilege, which is why I think this is a very fair and balanced approach. To my Liberal colleagues, I believe that your requirement is satisfied within this agreement as well, to dispense in some way or form the prior motion in exchange for this new motion, which I'd hope we can adopt by unanimous consent. The clerk has a copy, and I wish to read it into the record, if I may. I move that the committee instruct the clerk and analyst to immediately prepare a report to the House, which the chair shall table forthwith after 14 days have elapsed since the adoption of the motion, outlining the potential breach of privilege concerning Navdeep Bains' refusal to answer certain questions which the committee put to him, and his provocation in answering others, provided that the chair will not report to the House if Mr. Baines returns to the committee within 14 days, and that the committee agrees that he has answered the questions to its satisfaction.
So, Mr. Desjardins is seeking unanimous consent to replace the motion that Mr. Perkins had put forward with this motion. Do I have UC to make that change, and then we can open debate on it? Just one second. Yeah. So before we hear comments, I need to seek UC. I could hear a point of order, but I'm the yes, Ms. Khalid.
There you go. Because why not? Chair, I would like to see the language of this motion, and I would also like to seek clarity as to how privileged motions get replaced out with other motions before I give UC for anything.
The email has been sent to you with the wording, and I'm not. Can you when you're ready? Perhaps I wasn't clear, but this motion that Mr. Desjardins is proposing effectively just swaps the original motion Mr. Perkins tabled with this new language that provides a window of opportunity for Mr. Baines to come back for 2 hours. Yes, Mr. Desjardins.
So it was UC to adopt the motion.
Yes. No. Well, we can do it one of two ways. We can either UC adopted it right now. I was taking the more gentle route that we would replace it, but hopefully if we get that, we'll get it afterwards. But
as long as I guess it satisfies.
I'm trying to work with the government members here.
Yeah,
yes.
I understand.
Yeah,
okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't want to feel I'm hitting with a fire hose here and there, and they won't have a chance to weigh in on the motion. So, yes, Ms. Khalid.
I would like to seek some clarity, because in my 9 years as a member of Parliament, I've never seen any chair seeking UC to replace one motion with another. Do we need UC to procedurally withdraw the initial motion and then present a new one? And I would seek clarity from the clerk on this based on the Green Book and how things are done in Parliament.
So I'll double check. I'm going to give you. I'll tell you what I have experienced is that, and I will then turn to the clerk just to ratify this. So we've in the past, this committee itself has adopted this. Committees, of course, are masters of their domain, and we have both the privilege and the right to, through unanimous consent, because that would be all of us, replace because Mr. Perkins cannot just withdraw his motion. This is a way we found that expedites the process to undo what has been done and replace it with what Mr. Desjardins is proposing here. I did mention this to the clerk. I'm just going to kind of make sure I have that correct again, because I do, again, this is meant to move us forward together. Just 1 second. Yes. Yes, but I'll just answer Ms. Klitschko. So yes, with unanimous consent, we without opposition, we can replace Mr. Perkins' motion with the motion that Mr. Desjardins has put forward, and then we can speak to it as well. So,
Claire, we're replacing a question of privilege motion by another question of privilege motion. So it's like, no, but
that's the ultimate impact of what we're doing, is to replace one question of privilege with another question of privilege.
Well, so
no, but
okay, yes, I mean, it would with the caveat that the minister would come back. So the short answer is yes. Yeah, the short answer is yes, albeit. Anyway.
That's not what it says at all.
Okay. Yeah. Why don't we suspend then for another 5 minutes? Okay, and you members can. Well, there's some reluctance here.
Like, you have like 100 people here.
Are we sitting or suspended, Chair? On a point of order, which might. Okay.
No, this is incredibly selfish to suggest that the opportunity you're being given here by all these MPs, and for some reason your narrow objective is more important than compromise.
Yes.
We're still in public.
I will suspend for 5 minutes. let's bring this back into order. I'm going to go back to Mr. Desjardins to speak to his UC. Then I'll hear a few points of order, and then I'll have to call the vote. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's the government's opinion, the government members, my Liberal colleagues, we found difficulty trying to get unanimous consent on this, which is a very large offer that Canadians expect. People, and now they're laughing because they don't take this issue seriously. Ms. Khalid and Mr. Durain do not take this issue seriously. It's clear to me that they don't, which is very disappointing. And now she's still heckling, even though she asks everyone else. And I'm trying to be very reasonable. I even went to Ms. Khalid and Mr. Durant, Liberal members, with an offer in order to try to bridge the gap between what is, I mentioned before, please recognize that the Conservative members, Mr. Perkins, is claiming a breach of privilege. He's one of our colleagues. I'm saying I sympathize with that because myself as an MP, I wasn't even able to answer, he wasn't able to answer. I had one round. He couldn't answer the questions. If you had Mr. Duran or Ms. Khalid had that happen to them, then maybe this would be taken more seriously. And so I'm going to ask one more time, like, what can we do to get to unanimous consent on these two positions? One being the fact that Mr. Baines is failing to answer questions in the committee. I believe the most reasonable step forward is to invite Mr. Baines back to this committee for 2 hours, have him speak to our questions, hopefully answer our questions. And if he doesn't answer our questions like what happened today, then Mr. Perkins will, his privilege will then continue. And so I really think that if we can't come to a conclusion on this, and if we can't get to a position where we try to come to compromise in exchange for whatever opinion that the Liberals have, is not going to work. It's going to jeopardize the opportunity for cooperation. And the Liberals just finished having a giant filibuster about how they want to cooperate and how hard all this is, calling us big coalition, because for some reason no one's listening to them, even though I've put into them directly into this unanimous consent motion some of the requirements and some of the issues that the Liberals want. This is a democracy. You can't just get everything you want just because you want it. You got to work with other people. You know? You got to learn to work with other people. This is why so many issues are present, because of this very narrow approach by Liberals to have this extreme level of caution and risk, even when dealing with serious matters of the Auditor General. And forgive me, Chair, if my frustration is demonstrated at this moment, because it is a very earnest, honest proposition that I'm making here. 14 days he has to come to this committee, answer questions for 2 hours, and to the Liberals' point, even to Erskine Smith's point about the Speaker just going to dismiss this anyway, well, what better evidence to dismiss a privilege like this if Mr. Baines had come back to the committee for 2 hours? Like, please. Like, Canadians really need us to maybe put our egos aside for a second and just come to a realization that this is a right of parliamentarians to ask questions and get answers. And I'm offering Mr. Baines an opportunity, which is what the Liberals want, to not refer this to the House until such time that Mr. Baines is given an opportunity to come back to the committee, answer the questions, and then this will all be over. There needs to be at least some resemblance of trust. I hope that my goodwill here can demonstrate that if 14 days goes by and Mr. Baines is present here and he answers all of our questions, you would know where I stand on this. The alternative, of course, is we dispose of my intervention and just toss away the opportunity of consensus that we've come to now and move forward with what I perceive I'd be forced to have to vote with Mr. Perkins. Because he's raising a credible issue that I have experienced in this committee. I understand what he's saying when I get one round to ask one question of the minister responsible for, the former minister responsible for SDTC, where the Auditor General has found credible governance issues and lack of public stewardship. I read that at the beginning of my question. Who's not taking this seriously? I begin to question that. And so please, let's put our egos aside, particularly my Liberal colleagues. I understand what you're saying when you say you're scared of Mr. Bains being referred to the House and being admonished. That's not going to happen. And now they're trying to interject again. Ms. Khalid, please, I've spent 3 hours listening to you. I'm asking for 5 minutes. I can't believe how quickly you dismiss this, Ms. Khalid and Mr. Durant, how quickly you dismiss this opportunity for cooperation. Instead, you're angry. And you're still mumbling under your breath because it's frustrating for you, and I get that. I want you to know I understand that. And now you're having a conversation, sure. But please, understand if you want this to go away, Mr. Bains must come back to this committee. That's what I'm offering. And your attitude right now is so disappointing to me that you would take such an aggressive approach to not see that your colleagues have questions to the former minister of SDTC. If this were the other way around, if the Conservatives were in the government, and this were the other way around, I'm certain you would be questioning the same things. You'd be asking, why can't we summon Harper even? You know? Like, please have some consideration for the fact that multiple opinions matter here. Truth matters here. We can get to some of that truth by inviting the former minister of SDTC, which I have incredible questions about. I have 6 questions. I was only able to answer 1. I think it's only reasonable that I get an opportunity to ask him the remainder of my questions for 2 hours here. And I recognize the Liberals' concern about reporting this to the House before that opportunity is present to Mr. Bains. I'm telling you, I understand that. That's why the motion is written the way it is, so that we can get support from our Conservative colleagues who do not trust that Mr. Bains is giving them good answers. And that is a breach of privilege and should be referred to the House. But until that time is that issue is more credibly established, which I don't necessarily believe it is, but if that's our only option, if the Liberals are telling me my only option is to just say, Mr. Bains, you're free to go, we don't have any more questions, that's not the truth either. So it's a rock and a hard place. So I'm supposed to just either as a member of this committee accept that Canadians are never ever going to get their answers to my questions. Or this giant sword that says we're going to force you into get admonished if you don't. I don't agree with either of the positions that either of the major parties have, which is why I'm suggesting we can actually come to a compromise. And so I really hope that's enough to motivate my Liberal colleagues. And I'll say the most important piece of what I think is what was important to be my Mr. Erskine Smith's point about what if this is, even if we vote on a breach of privilege, this goes to the Speaker, that he may dismiss it. What better evidence to dismiss that than having Mr. Bains come here and answer our questions? That is the most reasonable path forward. It may be the only path forward. So I really implore my colleagues, particularly my Liberal colleagues, set aside the deep partisan selfishness, which is what I think my Conservative colleagues have actually done here in order to give an opportunity to Mr. Bains. So I'm sorry that's frustrating for members here. I know it sucks to not always get what you want, but you got to learn to work together.
So I'll look for, in a moment, I'll look for points of order just for comments or queries on this. As I try to guide this and find resolution, I will point out two items. Mr. Desjardins has proven himself on this committee to be, his word has been trustworthy. I've found that, which is why I think I work well with him. And he stands behind what he says. Now, this is important for two reasons, because he raises a good point, that not only is there the threshold that he has, and again, Mr. Desjardins won't be looking for the answers he wants to hear. He'll be looking for answers that he views as being credible. We don't hear the answers we want to hear, but we do judge witnesses by how they answer, the words they use, and their general posture. And while witnesses might not always be as forthcoming for some reason, they don't remember, you do get a sense of that. And I think Mr. Desjardins often judges that as he questions witnesses. But the other thing, and I think this point is very valid, that he raises, should Mr. Bains come forward here and let's say Mr. Desjardins was subbed out for someone who might not have his view, well, then the Speaker does have a very strong case to say there's no here. So I think Mr. Desjardins has made some very good points, but that's just me trying to kind of guide this to a resolution. Like many of you, I've been in committees where filibusters have gone on for days. I hope that won't happen here. And this does buy some time, I think, for the committee to bring back Mr. Bains and to hear from him in hopefully a more forthcoming and credible manner. So I'll look for some points of order, which is a bit unconventional. Yes, Mr. Erskine-Smith.
So maybe it's more of a point of clarification, because I truly don't. I appreciate what Blake's trying to do, and I agree. It's, if the goal is to have Mr. Bains attend within 14 days again for 1 to 2 hours, I couldn't care less. 2 hours, sure. If that's the goal, and then to determine after the fact, after those 2 hours, whether his answers are sufficient and whether we're going to go around this merry-go-round again in terms of a privilege motion, I'm perfectly okay with that. But there are a couple of problems with the motion as I see it if we're going to get to that goal. Number one, it speaks the language of prevarication, which is to lie, to deliberately mislead or avoid the truth. That is pejorative in a motion like this when we're assuming that we're stipulating that he lied attending today, which I think is inappropriate if we're trying to find some consensus. The second part of this is it says the committee agrees that we would not report back to the House if the committee agrees that he has answered the questions to its satisfaction. And here's the point of clarification I genuinely don't know the answer to. How do we determine on, is it another full conversation like this where there's a vote, or so long as one member says it's not to their satisfaction? And Chair, you just said so long as it's credible and satisfaction are two different things. So if the goal is to bring Nav back, have him answer questions within 14 days for another 2 hours, say, although that's over and above the original 2 hour allotment that I think we were getting, but fine, an additional 2 hours. It would make more sense to me that we would simply agree to revisit the question of a privilege motion after the fact, and that we have this full debate all over again, as opposed to try and wordsmith a motion to say, and if it's not to our satisfaction. So if someone could clarify for me, what does it mean for it not to be in the committee's satisfaction? Is that a vote that we would take? Is that a number of members? Someone clarify that for me, because maybe we're closer on this than I think.
So I would view it as a vote by the committee. Yes.
And is there a further debate before that vote?
Oh, we could have that discussion, sure.
Because that's if it's just an up or down vote, and we've passed this motion, and we just kick, then again, to our satisfaction, I don't, to someone's satisfaction, to another's, it's obviously not to Mr. Perkins' satisfaction to say I don't recall, even though I think that's not even close to a breach of privilege. So these are different standards we're dealing with that I think we ought to be clear on. And I'm perfectly happy if the goal is to come back and have a full-on debate after he's testified for 2 hours as to whether there's a breach of privilege and we can have at it all over again, so be it. But I think the language of this motion goes a bit further than that, as it is right now. And maybe we can amend it down to something where we're getting to where I think we all agree we need to go.
Sure.
Okay, so
to answer that
point of
question,
order,
I would view it. I would view it as a yes, obviously a debate with a vote at the end. It would not be up to one member. Far from it. So I've got a couple of hands for I think it was Mr. Genuis next, and then Mr. Drouin. So go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, so I guess the goal is to get unanimous consent on what Mr. Desjardins has put forward, and maybe we'll still get that. To Mr. Erskine-Smith's questions, I don't mean to be pedantic or to unnecessarily quote Princess Bride, but with respect to prevaricate, I don't think that word means what you think it means. The dictionary definition of prevaricate is to speak or act in an evasive way. It's not to lie; it's to be evasive.
The deliberate act of deviating from the truth. The deliberate act of deviating from the truth. That's come on, Garnett.
Well, I just Googled the definition, and they provided me with an Oxford definition, which is consistent with my own experience of the word, which says to speak or act in an evasive way. Princess Bride aside, I think we can at least understand the term in the way it's used in that dictionary if it doesn't conform with the dictionary you maintain, Mr. Erskine-Smith. But beyond
Merriam-Webster, to fabricate. I mean, come on, synonyms. What are we talking, Garnett?
Take this offline.
All right. Do you have a point you want to make?
To the more important point, the latter part of the motion refers to what Mr. Desjardins put forward refers to an agreement of the committee. So I think that's fairly clear.
Mr. Drouin, I believe you had a point of order.
Again, we're talking about something that may be debatable, but may not be debatable. And again, the motion, and I appreciate what Mr. Desjardins is putting forward. And I want to assure him that my intention and Mr. Erskine-Smith's intention, we're not running again. We don't give I can't say the word, but I don't care about re-election. I'm just here for work. And I just want to make sure that we're following due process. My intentions are definitely not partisan. But I want to make sure that the motion that you have presented, and I just want to reread the words, we are again talking about a motion of question of privilege. When you include the word outlining the potential breach of privilege, then we are dealing with a question of privilege. So whether we give unanimous consent to remove Mr. Perkins' motion so you can reintroduce your question of privilege motion, because it presupposes that perhaps we may not be satisfied with Mr. Bain's answers, then of course I do have an issue because we're presupposing something and
I'm giving you evidence.
But the point is, we've made those arguments. These guys have no interest in understanding the Speaker's ruling. They're filibustering their own motion in the House, and everything's stalled to a halt. So we care about what goes to the House and what doesn't go back to the House.
And
I also care about private citizens coming before this committee, and when we treat them as liars before the investigation, before we're even done analyzing this study, how the heck are we supposed to make sure that this analysis is done properly? Who is the judge? No. The Speaker will not be able to rule whether or not Mr. Bain's
privilege.
Is this a debate or a conversation?
But I'm just saying
it's a bit of an informal point of order conversation.
So we don't mind Mr. Bain's to committee, but there's also, Mr. Desjardins, you can send, if you said you had 6 specific questions, I'm sure you can write those questions, or the committee can write those questions to Mr. Bains, and I'm sure we can ask him to write back to the committee.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Okay, just hold on, Ms. Kalita. Brief point of order. No, I just want to hear if you.
Why? There's no UC. The question was.
Because sometimes these come together, and sometimes they don't. But Ms. Khalid, you had a point of order you wanted to.
That Mr. Genuis has one, so I'm willing to yield the floor as long as it comes back to me at some point. Thank you.
Mr. Genuis.
No, so I just as a matter of order, where are we procedurally? Mr. Desjardins has sought unanimous consent on something. There's been a little bit of fundamentally, it seems like there isn't unanimous consent. So can we see if there's unanimous consent? And if there's not unanimous consent, then we're debating the motion. Because I suspect that Liberals are trying to use this moment of procedural ambiguity to simply delay. And so if they want to filibuster, they can filibuster, but they have to do the hard work of filibustering. And so they're either agreeing to this UC motion or they have to do the hard work of filibustering. It's got to be one or the other, and I think that's how we should proceed.
Ms. Khalid, the last point of order word is to you.
Thank you.
Well, then I'm going to call the. I mean, Mr. Genuis said. I would say we are seeking UC. We're in that process right now. Ms. Khalid, your point of order.
Thank you, Chair. And just speaking to that UC, I think that my colleagues have raised very important questions as to the language that is being proposed here. And I do want to reassure Mr. Desjardins that none of us are here with any nefarious thoughts or intentions. We're here to try to do the work of this committee, and the language of the motion presupposes the work that we're trying to do. And I do take exception to being accused of trying to hold things up when I know what is happening in the House of Commons, when I know what is happening on the floor. And no, I'm making a point, Mr. Perkins, I promise you. There's no unanimous consent, but I do want to find a way forward. And we're looking at this motion here. And if there is
Point of
goodwill,
order, Mr. Chair. There's no unanimous
Yeah,
consent.
I'm getting the sense
and she
from
has to
both
stick to
sides.
the amendment.
There's no unanimous consent. Mr. Desjardins, the floor is yours again to either debate Mr. Perkins' motion or to make amendments to it. I'll put your and I have you on the list already, Ms. Khalid. Yeah. You want to come?
Just come right back wherever you're at.
Ms. Khalid.
Thanks very much, Chair. As I was saying before, the language of the replacement motion that Mr. Desjardins has proposed or had proposed, it is defeated obviously, didn't address the challenges and the issues that all of our committee members have raised today. And I think that better language would be to give UC to withdraw this privilege motion completely and to replace it with another motion that summonses the witness in question within the 14 days. And then if members don't get their questions answered, then we can decide what the next steps are. And that, I think, would be the most reasonable proposition that we can make that would get all of members' wishes and what their intentions are met. Failing that, what is before us right now is just a fishing expedition, a witch hunt, basically, of a private citizen, which we've seen again and again and again. I have never said that before, Mr. Perkins. Again and again and again, which does not help us get to the bottom of what we're trying to get to. Absolutely, we have concerns with what happened with SDTC. Absolutely, we have concerns with trying to recover the monies that have been misspent. Absolutely, the minister has taken action to try to get to where we need to get to, and absolutely, our committee has a role to play in all of this. And is that role bringing a privilege motion before the House or before this committee? Absolutely not. That is partisanship to the nth degree, and that does not solve anything for anyone. So I would be more than willing to have the Conservatives withdraw their motion, and I would be the first to propose this motion of bringing in the witness again within 14 days and then deciding how we go from there. And as Mr. Drouin has said, no member is precluded from writing to, as a committee, writing to whatever witness where questions are not answered or they feel that questions have not been answered. And Chair, I've heard you say this many times to many witnesses. If questions are not answered, can we write to you the question and then you give us a written answer? So, you know, just kind of through this whole evening as we've gone through this process, we've discovered that this privilege motion was drafted before the witness actually was able to answer all of the questions. The witness was not given the opportunity to answer all of the questions. The questions have not been posed to the witness. And Chair, I know you usually do this, and I know how difficult of a meeting today has been. The witness was not asked to perhaps respond to written questions. What we've seen here is a consistent, deliberate approach. Oh, my dad's calling. Consistent, deliberate approach to delay tactics of what's happening in the House of Commons, which is already stalled and delayed. Let's not do that in this committee, Chair. We have such important work to do here, and this is not it. There are so many procedural ways around it. And, you know, like I understand and appreciate that members may think that their pretentious motions are the solution and the messiah to how things are going to get resolved. Absolutely not. I think, Chair, with your discretion, you have the ability to get the answers that these members need, whether it's bringing back the witness, whether it is sending questions in writing to the witness to ask for those results or the answers. I'm just not sure why we went from 0 to 100 within the span of like 2-3 minutes of the witness trying to answer questions and being consistently cut off. So I think, Chair, your discretion, I would propose quite friendlily, if that's a word, in a friendly manner, that we suspend for the evening, have cool shower, and have discussions with each other. And figure out what is the way forward. And that includes you, Chair, because I think it is your discretion to be able to get to the answers that committee members are looking for. And this is not the way that we get answers. This is absolutely not the way. I think if members wanted to submit in writing whatever questions they feel have not been answered, that they tell you, Chair, and through the clerk, we can send those questions off to the witness, as we have done numerous times in the past. So I will park my comments there, Chair. I believe Mr. Drouin is on the list as well, but we will. My 2 cents here for you, Chair. Thank you.
So I have a few members on the list. Now, Ms. Bradford, we've kind of moved things around. You were on the list some time ago. Would you like to speak to this, or should I go over to Mr. Erskine-Smith?
I think you should go to the next one. Thank
Mr. Erskine-Smith, you have the floor, and then I have Mr. Drouin.
Can I call my daddy?
Thanks very much. So it is not at all apparent to me, given the testimony that we heard and the high threshold of a breach of privilege, and given the weaponization of process we currently see in the House, I don't understand why the compromise isn't to invite Mr. Baines back, to summons him for an additional 2 hours, and to then reconsider the question of privilege, which I'm more than happy to do. And I would note, and this is important because we just went through this at the committee, I think it was last week, where Mr. Ouimet was at the committee. And Mr. Perkins was asking questions and said, in your statement to the Ethics Commissioner and another board director testimony before this committee, we found that there was a process, I think, when you were about to consider an investment. The process was this: a few weeks beforehand, board members would get a list of investments that were being considered. Board members would and he goes on. And then he says, were you, the board members, recusing yourself or abstaining 82% of the time? Mr. Ouimet says, allegations of conflict of interest were made against me last year. A detailed and complex investigation was completed by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. All these issues of administrative misconduct and recusals, and he's cut off at this point. And Mr. Perkins says, sorry, I have limited time, Mr. Ouimet. That was not my question, Mr. Ouimet. I would appreciate that you stick to answering the question out of respect for members of Parliament. My point being, based on that interaction, could we have had a privilege motion last week on that basis? Is this the threshold we are setting for breaches of privilege motions at committee and in Parliament? It is an absurdity to me, and I appreciate the desire to find some consensus, but where people are actively acting in bad faith for partisan ends, you're not going to find unanimous consent on issues like this. And the reasonable path here, I think we can find unanimous consent on asking Mr. Bains to come back, on summoning him back within 14 days for 2 hours. And people can have at it and ask as many questions as they like. And we can revisit a privilege motion if there is high-handed conduct by the witness to say, I'm refusing to answer questions and completely sidestepping accountability. So be it, revisit it. But we are nowhere close to that after ultimately less than an hour of testimony, given the number of interruptions and interventions. And it is incredibly frustrating, especially given the weaponization of process in the House right now, that we can't find a path to simply ask Mr. Bains to come back and then reconsider this as a committee in a reasonable manner.
I'll speak to that briefly, Mr. Erskine-Smith, and I'll turn things over to Mr. Drouin. I think, and don't just measure it from the official opposition. When you have all three opposition parties lined up, that's a signal that perhaps trust has been broken. That's all. I appreciate what you're saying, but I think given this and previous interactions with Mr. Bains, that trust is broken, and I think that's why we're at. And your solution might have been worthwhile if we'd had this discussion a month ago or 2 months ago. But I watch these members to my left, and when they're all singing from the same songbook, that tells me, I think it tells the room something as well. I'll turn to Mr. Drouin now, who has the floor. No, I was just trying to be. I'm just trying to be helpful, guiding it, and I appreciate what he's saying, but I think it's clear the Rubicon's been crossed. Oh, Mr. Drouin, go ahead.
Motion. My issue is that we're putting the cart before the horse, and clearly. From previous testimony as well, I've heard from opposition members say, I don't believe you, I don't trust you, I don't believe the answers that we are given, but I don't have the evidence to suggest as to why they're not necessarily believing what the witness is saying. And that is my issue. They have made some claims that Mr. Bains is not answering questions, or they don't believe what he's saying, but I have failed to yet get any documentation to prove the point. And now, as a committee, we are going to make a decision as to whether or not Mr. Bains' testimony was truthful without having the full story of SDTC. And understanding that the minister flies at 10,000 feet, SDTC is arm length, not even close to the minister's office, and we've heard that from multiple testimony. Minister's office is not involved in decision-making of SDTC. The only relationship that ISED has with SDTC is the contribution agreement that they've signed. That's it. Actually, I do, Mr. Perkins, made a living out of it. The contribution agreement was breached. It was breached by SDTC. That we agree. There is currently a review by a third party to analyze all.
Relevant. This is not related to the privilege motion.
You have the floor.
Yes, I want to thank Mr. Perkins, and there's coffee over there if he's tired, but we're still ready to go because we don't necessarily agree with the way this has been presented before this committee. We, again, and I salute what Mr. Desjardins has tried to do, trying to rally, but it fails to actually get to the bottom of what we are trying to do. It was another question of privilege. We certainly don't agree with the fact that Mr. Bains' testimony was somehow not truthful to this committee. And I'll go back to as to why I say that. None of the opposition has provided evidence to this committee as to why his testimony was not truthful. None of you. And if we are to make accusations of witnesses that come before this committee and say you're not being truthful, then surely to God, I would hope that those who are making those accusations would have evidence to provide to this committee.
Just 1 second, Mr. Drouin. Mr. Perkins, you have the point of order.
Yeah, my point of order is he's referencing comments that have never been made by the members of this side, the entire opposition. We've said provocation, provocation and unwillingness to answer questions. That's what we said. He should stick to the language instead of making stuff up.
So I'll nudge you back. I mean, I don't think the issue is truthfulness. I think it's more evasiveness and unwillingness to answer questions. Mr. Drouin, you have the floor.
Well, again, Mr. Chair, I would challenge all members of Parliament to give me a date and exact time of who they met exactly 5 years ago on October 8th? Mm-hmm. October 9th. On October 9th, who they've met exactly right now at this committee. And they don't know, obviously. So that's the type of questions they're asking former Minister Bains. And we know for a fact that the minister's office was not involved in day-to-day operations, and yet they still want to provide and make that link, even though there's absolutely no evidence tracing up from SDTC all the way up to the minister's office. There's no evidence. The Auditor General report does not mention that at all. Nobody has mentioned that. And now we're trying to bring to the cleaner a now private citizen who has served this country honorably, and we're trying to say that he was corrupt, because that's the language the other side is using. They're trying to say he's corrupt. Come on, guys, let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. So I would have no issues, and I think my colleague Ms. Khalid has referred to that, I would have no issues of inviting back Mr. Bains to the committee or having him respond to the questions that somehow members of Parliament did not get the same time, but yet we all equally get the same time, did not get to answer or ask Mr. Bains. There's various ways they can do that. Alors, je trouve ça un peu... nous voilà maintenant presque...
Well, we're almost at 9:30, and we're just going in circles. We don't agree that this is a question of privilege, but before we've been able to fully question the witness, or even to ask questions in other committees, I just find we're going in circles. And I don't know how to get out of this, Chair. But you want to table a motion which raises a question of privilege, but at the same time you say you haven't had enough time to question the witness, but you want to table a question of privilege. Right now, it doesn't make sense. We determined that we hadn't had enough time to answer questions in order to trust what the witness said. That's your motion, Mr. Perkins. So perhaps you would withdraw your motion. I would object because I believe everyone here is entitled to a process. We have the right to speak and to testify. But when we talk and people don't trust us, as the former minister said, well, yes, there are precise questions being asked. But if you want to know, you ask what's happening in Ontario, in the government of Ontario, I wasn't there. My answer will be, I have no idea. I was not involved in the day-to-day decisions on this group.
A question of privilege as to how...
D'envisager une question de privilège, il faudrait voir comment on détermine si un témoin dit la vérité ou s'il est évasif par rapport aux réponses qu'il donne. Peut-être qu'on devrait établir des critères pour déterminer ça. Qui prendra ces décisions-là?
Of a framework to determine whether or not a witness is being truthful or evasive. We haven't established a framework. I mean, the rationale.
Oh, I'll talk about this. That's not being evasive.
There's coffee over there, Mr. Perkins, if you
I don't
want.
need coffee. I got lots of
Just
energy.
saying.
Can't put up with the nanities.
Well, you know, Mr. Perkins, I have to put up with your shenanigans in the House, and I smile when you speak, and I respect you, and you have to put up with my shenanigans
By the
once
way,
in
I
a while.
found my wallet. Champagne had it.
Please. It is getting late, Mr. Durain.
So all I'm trying to say is, and my colleague, Ms. Khalid, is right, we've went from 0 to 100, so we know the motion was pre-written before the questioning was over, so we know that. We've established that. We know that, so I'm trying to question the intent of the official opposition, and if they would speak to it and understand what exactly do you want to hear from the minister? What do you want him to say? What do you want him to say? Obviously, they want him to say that, yes, I was involved. Yes, I was part of the decision-making. Every day I was there. But the simple answer, he wasn't. And I know you're trying to make these liberal ties and all this.
I wanted to say,
and it's not fitting
yes,
your narrative.
I phoned her.
Mr. Perkins.
He knows that.
Mr. Perkins, you are welcome to have the floor at the appropriate time. Mr. Durain.
He wants somebody to say something, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. He thinks that somebody was suddenly appointed out of nowhere to a government and council appointment. Just somebody randomly appointed like this, without exception, without applying. It is ridiculous, and we know for a fact the witness has corrected that record. He knows that. He knows that. He knows that.
Called her to change her testimony.
He knows that. Perhaps he was collaborating with the chair, because
The
I know
truth is the first answer,
they
not
like to
the
donate
12th.
to the same candidate. They love to donate to the same candidate. They're two Tories collaborating together in order to put this on us. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Tory donors collaborating together.
Speak to the motion.
So,
Chair, how can you let that happen? That makes no sense.
Mr. Durain is skillfully plowing through. Mr. Durain, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I know it's late, and sometimes we say things we don't want to say when it's late because we're angry and we want to go to bed and everybody's tired.
From the government.
But I'm ready to go until 11 p.m. tonight if we need to go until 11 p.m. tonight. And my point is to this motion, I wish that we
I seek unanimous consent to go to 11 tonight.
So,
No.
okay.
Well, you know, you may not have constituents here, but I may have constituents in the back rooms and here, so I want to be careful when I say that. But, not that it matters for my election purposes, but I'm still respectful of their time. Alors, Monsieur le Président, je veux juste, si on avait décidé...
Mr. Speaker, if we decided on another strategy instead of just rushing forward, I would have agreed. I would have been in agreement with a conservative strategy, namely that order, please. Come on. The honourable member has the floor. Mr. Drouin. Well, it might be the coffee, but I would have agreed with a conservative strategy, but they want to just go straight into it, rush into it without having the opportunity to put questions to the witnesses, to the witness. My colleague tabled a motion, I think it was an honourable one, and Mr. Perkins then tabled his motion, which had to do with the question of privilege. I think that they're abusing parliamentary procedure.
Colleagues who are on the list, perhaps we could turn to them.
You know, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to be in this place for a long time. I like to hear myself talk once in a while, so I'm sure...
to do that, as long as you please just stay on the motion.
And I can see that Mr. Nader and Mr. Perkins, and especially Mr. Cooper and Mr. Stewart, are appreciating my comments as they are laughing on the other side. But anyways, Monsieur le Président, je l'ai dit en anglais, je l'ai dit en français. Je vais...
Mr. Speaker, I said it in English, I said it in French. My only point is that I would have preferred to have given Mr. Baines the opportunity to finish. If you're open to asking Mr. Baines back. There are several people who had questions, but that would presuppose that Mr. Baines didn't answer the questions, and that's why we have a problem, because we want to finish our study. We want to look at what witnesses might not have answered or been evasive.
You have the floor again, then I have Ms. Kelly.
Yeah, I guess I just want to speak to, I've mentioned this a few times, but just the threshold that really matters as it relates to questions of privilege and related questions of reporting to the House. And I know, Chair, you mentioned the instance of Mr. Firth as a precedent, which seems incredibly offside to me. And I just want to go through that instance, if that is to be the precedent that we're setting here and holding ourselves to, because it's wildly different and people should know. And so you'll know that OGO, the Government Operations Committee, did report to the House in relation to Mr. Firth. And just this is the level of evasion that we saw from that witness. On Monday, October 17th, the committee agreed to undertake a study of the ArriveCAN application. In the course of this study, the committee chose to invite Christian Firth and Darren Anthony to appear before it. The committee reports the following facts to the House. On November 2nd, 2023 and February 9th, 2024, summons adopted by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates were issued to the owners of GC Strategies, Christian Firth and Darren Anthony. They have refused to testify before committee. The Auditor General revealed that GC Strategies might have received nearly $20 million in government contracts for the ArriveCAN application. I'll skip ahead a little bit, but according to Bosk, Mark, and Gagnon, if a witness declines an invitation to appear, the committee may issue a summons to the witness by adopting a motion to that effect. If the witness still refuses to appear, the committee may report the matter to the House, and the House may then order the witness to appear. If the witness disobeys the order, the witness may be declared guilty of contempt. Therefore, in order to see the witnesses in committee testify, the committee suggests the following. And they go on to recommend that an order of the House be issued requiring Christian Firth and Darren Anthony each to appear before the Standing Committee on OGO with such accessibility accommodations as the witnesses may request. If the chair of the committee informs the Speaker and the Sergeant-at-Arms in writing that one or both have failed to appear as ordered after those 21 days, and the Sergeant-at-Arms shall then take Christian Firth, Darren Anthony, or both of them, as the case may be, into his custody for the purposes of enforcing their attendance before the committee at dates and times determined by the chair of the committee, for which the Speaker shall issue his warrant accordingly. And the Sergeant-at-Arms shall discharge from his custody a witness taken into his custody pursuant to paragraph A. The point of going through this, I mean, we have a situation here that is more akin to Mr. Ouimet, not Mr. Firth. We have a situation where a witness attended and didn't answer questions to the satisfaction of Mr. Perkins or of my colleagues from the Bloc and the NDP. We do not have a situation where, and I don't know if Garnett wants to check his dictionary once or twice again, but if the synonym is fabricate and the synonym is to lie, then yeah, the language of prevaricate is a problem. Because this isn't just, oh, clever, there are any number of instances where I see politicians get asked questions and they pivot. They move to acknowledging the question, they move to answering it in a different way, in an unsatisfactory way for many of us who might be asking the question. That is very different from a refusal to attend. Mr. Baines attended of his own volition. We asked, he attended. My understanding from the chair is that he was willing to attend again. And instead, our response, heavy-handed as it is to suggest that he has breached a member's privilege. I mean, I'll get back on the list to run down a number of examples where there have been breaches of privilege, not only in Canada, but in the UK. The severity of this is significant. Like, we should not be watering this down. This isn't I didn't like the answers and I'm going to throw a tantrum about it and then point to privilege. That's not what privilege is about. And honestly, I don't love speaking until 9:30 or 9:50 at night on this. And look, I don't love when witnesses don't give us the answers that we want. We should go after them as we deem fit. I've been known to do that too. I find committee the one time I get to act like a lawyer again and cross-examine. But that's wildly different from suggesting that one's privilege has been breached and elevating it to that standard, akin to Mr. Firth, who absolutely refused to testify in the face of a proper summons, let alone an invitation. We didn't have to summons Mr. Baines. He attended on an invitation. And so I'm going to get back on the list, Chair, and I'm going to run down a lengthy list of examples where privilege has been properly breached, so members can understand the significant threshold that this ought to reach, and we are nowhere near that threshold. So please put me back on the list.
You are added. Thank you. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And, you know, listening to all of my colleagues from all sides of the aisle today on this motion, I think has really helped me to understand how procedure can be used to stop the important work that this committee needs to continue to do. And you know, as we go through this motion of privilege, and I know I had said this before, I apologize for repeating myself, but I think building on that point.
Chair?
Yes, Mr. McCauley.
Ms. Khalid is mentioning herself that she's repeating herself, so it goes to repetition, so.
That is a pretty big giveaway, Ms. Khalid, when you self-confess the infraction, if you could maybe get
what I can say or not say.
No,
it's awesome.
I'm afraid it's in the standing orders.
Much.
I'm afraid it's in the
point of order,
the
Chair.
Standing orders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
There is a convention around respect for chairs in committee. Ms. Khalid is trying to accuse you of making some kind of gender-based limitation to her ability to speak. The rules are the rules. You're the chair, and frankly, she diminishes the many instances in our world of real sexism when she throws out these casual accusations. And in any event, it's a violation of the rules to treat the chair with such disrespect. So,
thank you, Mr. Garnett. Yes, Mr. Durain.
Just when somebody says, I'm going to repeat myself, but doesn't necessarily repeat themselves, is there an issue? We haven't heard what Ms. Khalid was going to say, and then I had interruption right away.
Thank you, Mr. Durain, but I think it was fair to say where things were going. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor, please.
So, as I was saying before I was interrupted and then mansplained to, I was saying that I was going to start with a point that I was going to make to build on that point.
Ms. Khalid, in all seriousness, would you prefer the clerk read you the standing orders? That's all right, but you see my point.
I'm not sure what standing orders you're referring to, Chair, so I would love for the clerk to read me the standing orders.
About repetition, you imply that I am somehow explaining myself when it's in the standing orders, and we all follow the same rules here. Ms. Khalid, you have.
Let her finish her sentence.
If you had let me finish my thought, Chair, I would have said that yes, there have been a lot of points made by a lot of our colleagues today, and as I was saying, for fear of repeating myself, not just myself, but members here all across this table, to consolidate the arguments that have been made today with respect to this privilege motion. And I'm sure that you can check Hansard records to see what those arguments are. I'm kind of now afraid to repeat myself because I'll get called out on it. I'm not trying to repeat myself. I'm trying to help our committee members understand why this privilege motion is a process to jam this committee, is a process to jam the House of Commons, not for reasonable purposes, but for nefarious purposes. Because if it was
Standing Order
reasonable
11-2.
argument, thank you so much, Mr. Perkins, for your interruption. If it was reasonable argument, sorry, I'm not sure what standing order this gentleman is referring to.
It's obvious. Standing Order 11-2 is the one that prevents, says you cannot do repetition.
You're just blabbering that stuff out. Are you calling a point of order? Did you call a point? Well, you have to say point of order. That's also in the standing. No, you didn't.
Again,
you
that wax is in the way. That wax is in the way.
All right.
Maybe it's the hair. I'm just jealous.
Our colleague, Ms. Khalid, has the floor. Back to you, please.
Thank you very much. And, you know, if Mr. Perkins has contributions to make to this very valuable debate, I'm sure he can raise his hand and get on on the list that you're keeping, Chair. The point that I was making, firstly, is that this motion is for nefarious purposes, jamming up this committee, jamming up the House of Commons. Secondly, it is procedurally incorrect, I would say, because there are so many other options and other ways for this committee to be able to get to whatever answers that it is looking for through ways of written requests, through inviting the minister back again, through many, many other ways. I'm not sure why Mr. Perkins is shrieking at me. I do like that word, shrieking. It's a nice word.
Point of order, repetition, Standing Order 11-2.
That actually is a good point of order, and you cited, but yeah, so.
On that same point of order?
Yes, Mr. Durain.
If Mr. Perkins has evidence that there's repetition, then he can submit it and exactly cite the member of parliament on repetition.
I will cite the repetition.
All right, maybe his memory is causing him some issues.
Would you like me to
No,
cite the repetition?
no, thank you, Mr. Perkins. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor. Mr. Perkins.
Are we done?
Sure. Maybe Mr. Durant should listen so he understands the repetition.
I'm always listening to you.
Are we good? Thank you. As I was saying, Chair, and I had just listed out the reasons why I find that this motion is misplaced and nefarious in this committee, but also want to point out that this motion does not lead to where it is that that members are wanting this study to go to. We have had numerous meetings on SDTC. Our objective here collectively on this committee is to make sure that this does not happen again and to find a way to recuperate funds that have been misappropriated in any way. And if that's the ultimate objective of this committee, how does this motion get to where it is that we want to get to? And I argue, Mr. Chair, for the first time, in case Mr. Perkins wants to question me on that too, that this motion does not help us to get to where it is that we need to get to. I 100% agree. I think all members on this committee are united to say that SDTC messed up, the minister acted, and now we're looking at what happens next through the transition phase and also how to recuperate. And I don't see how creating a privilege challenge, not just in this committee, but then transferring it to the House of Commons to jam debates on all matters in the House gets to the objectives of what we're trying to do here as a Public Accounts Committee. When I first joined this committee, I did it with the knowledge and the understanding that all members on this committee are respectable, that they don't call other people liars, that we have a collective goal to make sure that taxpayer dollars are accounted for and are spent reasonably, and if not, then we as a committee have an obligation to raise the alarm. That we work with the Auditor General and her reports and ensure that we are doing the good work that Canadians expect us to with respect to the trust that they put in us in how we spend our taxpayer dollars. And what are we doing? We're sitting here at 9:43 p.m. debating a privilege motion that is frivolous, that is unnecessary, that has gone from 0 to 100 without taking into account all of the discretion that the chair has in getting to where committee members are trying to go. Our side on this, our Liberal members on this committee, have not held up anything on this committee.
Order.
Have not held up anything on this committee without reason. And we continue to try to collaborate with our colleagues. I still remember Mr. Chair, and Mr. McCauley is here, when we suspended the meeting for an hour while all of us huddled together and we composed and collaborated on putting together language on a motion that we all agreed with to study that. And we did do that. We were able to do it because the cameras were off. There was no clickbait. There was no rebel coverage of whatever it is that the opposition is trying to do. We were able to work together. And this motion is the exact opposite of where we started as a committee. The ability to collaborate with one another, the ability to get to the objectives of what it is that we're actually doing here. For us to use procedure to jam things up, to call people liars, I understand and appreciate that Shift F7 on your computer helps you bring up a thesaurus and you can thesaurus all day long.
Hold on, Miss Clade. I assume now you're talking about with reference to the witness, not to one another.
The language of the motion, Chair.
Okay, point of order.
Yeah, well, actually, it doesn't say lie or liar, and I'm just raising this because I wasn't sure if you were referring to a member calling a member, that word you use, but even the motion does not say that word. You have the floor again.
Yeah, Chair, on the point of order, just
Yes,
on that,
yes.
regardless of whether she was referring to another member or not, we are debating the motion, and I would ask that we bring back to relevant debate.
I was referencing the motion. I just don't think it was quite accurate, so I'll turn things over back to you.
Alphonse? So the motion uses the word prevarication, which, according to the dictionary, the deliberate act of deviating from the truth, aka lying. When you put that in a privilege, well, what else do you take from that, Mr. Perkins? What else does that mean? Debating the truth, evading the truth. I know that you guys are masters at it, but I'm not. And I would prefer plain language. I would prefer to have a solid understanding of what is happening around me on a regular basis. And I just Googled what prevarication means, and it's right here in front of me. Synonyms: fabrication, lying. When you're referring to witnesses, with that kind of language, no matter how deep you have to dig into your thesaurus to find the proper word.
I know the language around the thesaurus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have plain language for Ms. Khalid on the same motion, if she would entertain a UC on this. That the committee summon Navdeep Bains to the committee on the matter of SDTC within 14 days of the adoption of this motion. Should Mr. Bains' answers be deemed insufficient, that the chair be instructed to report a breach of privilege to the House. Doesn't have prevaricate. You just talked about prevaricate for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate your effort, Mr. Deja. I thought we were Ms. Khalid. You have the floor again.
Chair. I would appreciate if the member can explain to me what satisfaction means to him and to members, but to how many members of this committee? Unanimously, individually, on a majority vote? What are the measures for satisfying this committee, as we've seen time and time again, where nothing has been able to satisfy the opposition members, no matter what witnesses come here, no matter how many documents they provide, no matter how many hours they spend answering questions. What is the satisfaction? What is that measure of satisfaction? If you can put that for me and help me understand what that measure of satisfaction is, maybe I can debate this.
You're talking procedurally?
Yes,
so
please help me understand what is the measure of satisfaction.
In response to Mr. Erskine's question earlier at the top, I had said it would come back to both a debate and then a majority vote. You have the floor, Ms. Khalid.
No, we don't have UC.
It's a question of privilege.
This is, and I will clarify that, because I don't want members to think that I'm being a stickler, because I'm not. the point here is for us not to.
Mr. Perkins.
I'm more than happy to yield the floor to Mr. Perkins if that's, but I will take it back after he's done, Chair, just so we're clear. I'm doing you a favor if you want to say something, Mr. Perkins, so that you can say it.
I think we have left.
The floor is yours.
The hypocrisy of the Liberals knows no ends. I'm amazed at it every day. Here they're saying that they object to a particular word in a motion, and the NDP member offers a perfectly reasonable solution, which is to withdraw the word, and then the member objects to the word being withdrawn that she objects to. Like, that's the definition. If you don't know, look it up. The definition of hypocrisy is saying, I want a word removed, and then when it's offered to be removed, objecting to it being removed. And we've been here while you guys continue to filibuster to cover up your cover-up on the What? You guys, the room, the chair is not covering it up. The Liberals are covering up their cover-up.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Can
the member
speak
to the motion at hand?
Yeah, the motion is that you're objecting to the privilege motion and the words in the privilege motion where a former minister, when asked questions, couldn't answer a simple question. Did you have a conversation as testified by his own appointed chair that they had two conversations about taking over the chair, and he couldn't even say yes or no that he had those conversations. He then talked about something totally unrelated to the question. So the very essence of hypocrisy is what we've seen here tonight with the Liberals in their attempts to yet cover up a cover-up over a cover-up over a cover-up. It's one cover-up after another cover-up over another cover-up.
Point
the
of order,
documents
Mr. Chair.
and the
Point of order,
testimony
Mr. Chair.
that they're trying to
Perkins,
present.
I have a point of order. I have a point of order, Ms. Khalid.
I would like to call the exact same point of order on repetitiveness for Mr. Perkins.
All right. Mr. Perkins, why don't you wrap up because we're on the cusp here.
So here we go. The original study is about the corruption in Liberal appointees in the Liberal
sorry,
Green Slush
Mr.
Fund.
Chair, Mr.
We've
Chair.
had witnesses after
way
witnesses
off topic.
after witnesses that have come here, and all of them have
Point of order,
answered
Mr. Chair.
the questions
Point
except
of order,
for
Mr.
one.
Chair. Point of
One,
order, Mr. Chair.
Navdeep Bains
Point of
refused
order.
to answer any
I
questions
would like a
tonight.
point of order,
What is your
Mr.
And
point
for
of
some
order?
reason,
Mr.
the Liberals
Chair,
want to
I'm not
protect
sure
him.
why
Why
you're
do they
not
want to protect
recognizing
him?
my point
They
of
want to
order.
protect him
Mr.
because
Mr.
he's
Perkins.
responsible for this corruption.
Mr. Perkins, think of the interpreters. Ms. Khalid, what is your point of order?
My point of order is on relevance, Chair.
Oh, well, if that's the standard, we're all in trouble. Mercifully, the resources are suspended. No, the resources are eclipsed. I'm going to suspend this meeting.